The morning arrived without color or warmth, as though the world itself had forgotten the proper way to wake. Gray mist hung low over the silver-thread river, thick enough that Aragorn could barely see 20 paces ahead, and the water, normally clear, to count stones on the riverbed, ran dark and swollen, carrying debris from somewhere upstream, branches twisted into unnatural shapes, torn cloth that might once have been a banner, and once, disturbingly, what looked like the carved prow of a reed boat, split cleanly down the middle. "The river's angry," Aragorn said quietly, walking at the front of their small party, one hand resting on his sword hilt. "Not angry," Gandalf corrected, studying the land with careful attention. "Afraid, or mourning. Water remembers. Piakar, Episode 5, The Drowned Temple of Echoes. Chapter 1, River Road and Ashen Signs. The morning arrived without conviction, as though the world itself had forgotten the proper way to wake. Gray mist clung to the silver-thread river with unnatural tenacity, thick enough that Aragorn could barely see 20 paces ahead, and the water, normally clear enough to count stones on the riverbed, ran dark and swollen, carrying debris that had no business being there. Branches twisted into shapes that seemed almost deliberate, torn cloth that might once have been ceremonial banners, and once, disturbingly, the carved prow of a reed boat, split cleanly as if by intentional force rather than weather. "The river's mourning," Aragorn said quietly, his voice muted by the oppressive mist. He walked at the front of their small party, one hand resting on his sword hilt, eyes scanning both the muddy track and the waterline, with the practiced wariness of someone who'd learned that danger rarely announced itself. Behind him, Gandalf moved with deliberate care, his staff tapping occasionally against the ground. The wizard's attention wasn't on the path. Aragorn handled navigation, but rather on the land itself. The way reeds bent away from certain spots, how birds refused to land despite perfect roosting trees, places where nothing grew despite rich soil. "Not mourning," Gandalf corrected thoughtfully. "Afraid. Water remembers purity, remembers balance. When that balance breaks," he gestured at the swollen current. "This is grief expressed by something without voice." Beside Gandalf walked Alfharin, the wolf whose silver-gray coat seemed to shimmer even in the flat light. He stood nearly waist-high to a grown man, far larger than any natural wolf, with ears that swiveled constantly and nostrils processing scents the humans couldn't detect. But Alfharin tracked more than ordinary smells. Through his bond with Gandalf, he sensed things that had no physical scent. Fear had texture here, weight, presence. The wolf stopped suddenly at a cluster of stones near the water's edge. His hackles didn't rise, but his body language shifted into focused alertness. Gandalf noticed immediately and signaled Aragorn. "What is it?" the ranger asked, returning to crouch beside them. Gandalf examined the stone Alfharin indicated, a river-smoothed boulder with a faint smear of black across its surface. "Wax," Aragorn identified without touching it. "Black wax. The cult uses it for trail markers. This was applied recently, within the last day." "A signal," Gandalf mused. "Or a warning, though optimism has never been their strong suit." Alfharin moved on, following a trail only he could detect. Within minutes, the wolf had located 2 more marked stones, positioned at deliberate intervals. "They're tracking something," Aragorn said, "or marking a route. Either way, we're on the right path, or the wrong one, depending on perspective." The mist thinned slightly as they continued, though morning never brightened beyond dull pewter. The riverbank widened into marshy ground, where reeds grew tall and thick. It should have been alive with waterfowl, frogs, insects, the normal wetland chorus. Instead, silence pressed down like physical weight. Birds won't land here, Gandalf observed, pointing toward dead trees on a slight rise. Perfect roosting spots, but not even droppings suggest they've ever paused during migration. Aragorn tested the marsh grass footing. Ground solid. No practical reason for avoidance, something they sense that we can't. Behind them, Stella finally spoke. She'd been quiet since dawn, wrapped in an oversized cloak, walking with the careful posture of someone still uncertain of her welcome. Her dark hair was pulled back severely, emphasizing sharp features that might have been beautiful with more rest and fewer regrets. "The reeds are bending away from the water," she said softly. "Look, not with wind, because there is no wind. They're leaning back as if the water itself is dangerous." Both men looked, and she was right. The reeds tilted inland, curved in growth patterns, suggesting long-term response rather than momentary weather. "Good eye," Gandalf said without condescension. "What causes it?" Stella hesitated, still uncomfortable being consulted as an equal. "When I was with them, the cult used places like this, liminal spaces, they called them, where boundaries between what is and what was get thin. They said water holds memory better than earth or air, and plants grow away from such places instinctively." Gandalf nodded. "Life avoids where identity becomes uncertain." They continued forward until Alfharin stopped again, more abruptly this time, entire body rigid. Aragorn had his sword half drawn before Gandalf raised a calming hand. The wolf had found a debris field, broken reed boats, deliberately destroyed, with cloth strips knotted at regular intervals scattered among the wreckage. Stella moved forward without prompting, crouching to examine the strips. Her hands shook as she picked one up. Prayer flags, ritual markers, each knot is a syllable in a chant, a mnemonic device for cultists who can't read. "Can you read them?" Gandalf asked. She closed her eyes, fingers moving over the knots. "Remember, forget, open," it repeats, the same 3 words over and over. "A process," Gandalf said grimly. "Instructions for undoing not just physical seals but mental ones, psychological locks." Aragorn called from nearby. "Here, there's more." He'd found an oilcloth packet wedged between stones. Inside was waterlogged parchment, ink running but still partially legible. Stella took it with trembling hands. "This is an operation order. The cult isn't working independently anymore. They're coordinating, multiple teams moving in synchronization, all working the same chants at the same times." "To what purpose?" Gandalf asked. "To wake them all at once. The seals. They're trying to create a cascade. One opens, weakening the next, until—" She didn't finish. Gandalf studied the ruined parchment. "They've adapted. Instead of breaking seals through force, they're making the seals break each other, dominoes in a line." "Can we stop it?" Aragorn asked. "If they're already moving at multiple sites." "We stop what we can reach," Gandalf interrupted. "According to this, the Drowned Temple is 3 miles downriver. A team is scheduled to complete ritual there within the next day." Alfharin had moved to the water's edge, hackles rising slightly, not aggression, but wary recognition. The wolf stared at the river, and Gandalf joined him. At first he saw nothing unusual, then a ripple moving against the current, not like a fish or any physical creature, just a circular disturbance, moving upstream as if something beneath examined the riverbank where they stood. Alfharin growled low, sustained, warning. The ripple stopped, perfectly still despite the flowing current. It held position for several heartbeats. Gandalf had the distinct impression something was looking back at them. Then it sank, disappearing without trace. "We're being watched," Aragorn said. "And evaluated," Gandalf agreed. "Whatever dwells in that temple knows we're coming. The element of surprise is gone, but also it observed rather than attacked. That suggests intelligence, possibly reason. Better or worse than a simple monster. Different, requiring a different approach. Stella wrapped her arms around herself. The cult called it the Echo Warden. They were afraid of it. They said it doesn't kill you. It makes you forget who you are, piece by piece, until nothing's left but an echo. Cheerful, Aragorn muttered. But informative, Gandalf said. If the cult fears it yet still works in its territory, that suggests careful balance. They don't confront the Warden, and it doesn't confront them. But we're outsiders. We have no such arrangement. So we negotiate, fight, or find option 3. Precisely. They stood in silence, 4 beings at a marsh edge on a gray morning, looking at water that looked back. Somewhere downstream, a temple waited, drowned or partially so, ancient and dangerous, holding secrets a cult wanted to steal and a guardian determined to protect. Well, Gandalf said with determined cheerfulness, the temple won't investigate itself. Delay only gives them more time. Inspiring, Aragorn said dryly. I do ominous warnings and cryptic advice. Inspiring speeches aren't in my repertoire. Despite everything, Stella almost smiled. They set off, following the curving riverbank southeast. Twice more they found cult markers, black wax on stones, a small cairn with cloth woven through it. Each discovery confirmed they were on the right path, getting closer. But they found no people, no camps, no sentries, no immediate human presence. Either the cultists were excellent at concealment, or they'd already reached their destination. The temple appeared gradually, emerging like something from dream rather than simply coming into view. First just suggestions, broken pillars rising from water like skeletal fingers, then hints of walls, of architecture. Finally, rounding a headland, they saw it whole. The drowned Temple of Echoes, magnificent once, even in ruin that was clear. Great marble pillars, some standing, others toppled. Walls showing skilled craftsmanship from elder days. Carvings worn nearly smooth, hinting at lost stories. Most striking was the causeway, a broad stone path that once led from shore to entrance. Most was underwater now, visible as dark shapes beneath the surface, but sections still broke the waterline, creating potential stepping stones. There, Gandalf pointed. The entrance is above water, not by much, perhaps 2 feet, but enough. The temple isn't fully drowned, just partially flooded. Or a death trap, Aragorn added. Unstable floors, collapsed ceilings, bad air. Ruins are dangerous without ancient guardian spirits. True, but necessary. We need to know what the cult is doing. Alfharin had moved to the water's edge again, but his body language was different now. Less wary, more reluctant. The wolf kept looking at the water, then back at Gandalf. Not fear exactly. Deep discomfort. Gandalf crouched beside him. You sense it more clearly than we do. The wrongness. The way memory and present bleed together here. Alfharin made a soft sound. Agreement and warning together. I know, but we have to go in. You don't have to come. You can stay here. Guard our retreat. The wolf's response was immediate. He pressed against Gandalf's leg, then positioned himself between the wizard and the temple. Protective, determined, the message clear. Where you go, I go. Stubborn beast, Gandalf said affectionately. Very well, but stay close. This isn't danger you can fight by being faster or stronger. Stella had been studying the temple with mixed dread and recognition. I've been here before, not inside, but the cult brought me once, made me walk the causeway while they chanted. Testing my commitment, they said. I made it halfway before I couldn't remember why I was walking. Couldn't remember my name. They had to pull me back. But you remember now, Gandalf said gently. The effect isn't permanent. Memory returns once you're away from the source. Eventually, it took hours. Then you have valuable first-hand knowledge. That makes you an asset. Can you feel it now? She closed her eyes. Yes, like standing too close to fire. Not burning yet, but feeling the heat. Good. Awareness is the first defense. Aragorn had been examining the causeway. Single file, I'll lead. Test each step. Gandalf with Alfharin, then Stella. If the mental effect gets too strong, speak up immediately. Agreed. They approached the stone steps leading down into water. The first three were visible, covered in algae and slick. The rest disappeared beneath the dark surface. Aragorn tested carefully. The steps held, though the third shifted slightly. Stable enough, but everything slippery. He continued on to submerged sections, water rising to his ankles, then calves. The causeway beneath was solid. Ancient builders had done their work well, but visibility was terrible. He moved by feel as much as sight. Gandalf followed, staff probing ahead. Alfharin walked at the wizard's side, water reaching the wolf's chest, making him swim more than walk. But he didn't hesitate, just kept pace with stubborn determination. Stella came last, one hand occasionally touching the water's surface as if to steady herself or maintain connection to reality while the temple's influence pressed against her mind. Perhaps 50 feet from shore, Gandalf first heard it, a whisper. Not words exactly, but something pressing against language's edges without quite achieving it. "Do you hear that?" he asked quietly. "Yes," Aragorn replied. "Started about 20 feet back, like voices, but distant," Stella finished. "Or not distant, just thin, worn out, like echoes of echoes." The causeway rose slightly, bringing them above the waterline. Here they could see more details, carvings showing figures in ancient dress, engaged in activities that might have been ceremonies or something else. The images were too worn for certainty. Then Gandalf noticed something that made him stop. The lintel, above the doorway. Do you see the carving? Protected by an overhang clearer than most decorations, was an image, a tree with spreading branches and deep roots, and below it, inverted, was a mirror image, another tree upside down, roots reaching skyward. A tree above, a tree below, Gandalf said softly. Like the tree of oblivion from before, but inverted, reflected. This temple connects to that place, part of the same ancient network. Not coincidence, Aragorn said. No, whatever was sealed in the Whispering Woods and what's contained here are related, part of the same system. If these seals are interconnected, breaking one weakens all the others. They continued forward, the causeway narrowing. Here the water was deeper, waist-high, forcing them to wade. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, though still not resolving into words. Then they stepped onto the temple's threshold, and the whispers stopped, not faded, just stopped completely, instantly, as if someone had closed a door on sound. The silence was worse than the whispers. "Stay close," Gandalf murmured. "Trust what you know about yourselves. Don't let this place convince you otherwise." They entered the drowned Temple of Echoes. Behind them, in the water, another ripple appeared, watching, waiting, curious about these intruders walking so boldly into its domain. Whether that curiosity was dangerous or merely observational remained to be seen. The interior revealed itself reluctantly, as if uncertain whether it wanted to be seen. Daylight from the entrance faded quickly to aqueous twilight, not quite darkness, but a quality that made distances deceptive and details elusive. The first chamber was circular, domed with a partially collapsed eastern section. Water dripped steadily from the breach, creating rhythmic percussion that echoed strangely. The floor was submerged under 6 inches of water. enough to make every step produce ripples that spread in perfect geometric patterns, as if the water here was more ordered than it should naturally be. Gandalf raised his staff, speaking an old word, and cool moonlight-quality glow bloomed at its tip. The light revealed walls covered in carvings, processions of robed figures carrying scrolls, tablets, books. This had been a place of learning. A library, Gandalf said, or scriptorium, somewhere that housed texts too important or dangerous for accessible locations. Why build so close to water? Aragorn asked. Flooding would be constant risk. Perhaps that was the point. Water doesn't just destroy, it cleanses. If you wanted knowledge that could corrupt careless readers, placing it where water could dissolve it if necessary might be a final safeguard. Stella stood in the chamber's center, eyes closed, breathing deliberately. I can feel it. The temple. Not alive exactly, but not dormant either. Like someone sleeping, but aware someone's entered the room. Can you sense the cult? Gandalf asked. Her brow furrowed. Yes, deeper in. Below or further back. Directions feel confused here. Alfharin had been investigating the perimeter and now returned to sit beside Gandalf, looking up with clear concern. Through their bond, the wizard sensed what words couldn't capture: wrongness, distortion, the feeling of being somewhere where reality's rules were bent slightly out of true. I know, Gandalf murmured, but we go forward anyway, carefully. 3 archways led from the vestibule, each partially submerged. Aragorn examined each, looking for recent passage signs. Here, he pointed to the leftmost arch. Algae scraped away recently. Something passed through, brushing the walls. They took the left passage, single file. The corridor was narrow, ceiling lowering as they progressed. Water deepened gradually. Alfharin swam more than walked now. The whispers returned here, changed. Instead of formless sounds, they now tried to resolve into actual voices, still too distant to make out words, but with speech's cadence and rhythm. Don't listen too closely, Stella warned. That's how it starts. You try to understand, and in trying you give the temple permission to access your memories, to find words in your past it can use. Gandalf began humming. A simple Shire tune, uncomplicated and genuine. Aragorn picked it up. The whispers seemed to recede slightly, unable to compete with deliberately created sound. The corridor opened into a much larger space, a hall whose full dimensions were lost beyond Gandalf's staff-light reach. What they could see was remarkable, columns rising from flooded floor in perfect ranks, each carved with intricate spirals that seemed to shift when viewed peripherally. The water here was deeper, waist-high on Gandalf, but perfectly calm, reflecting columns in mirror-perfect detail. Too perfect. The reflections are wrong, Aragorn said. Wrong how? Count the columns. 12 in the first row, yes? Yes. Now count the reflections. Gandalf looked down and felt a chill. The reflections showed 13 columns, and the 13th didn't match any physical column above. Its pattern was different, position offset. It's showing us something that isn't there, he said slowly, or perhaps something that is there but in a different reality layer. The temple exists in multiple states, physical and memorial. What we see above water is present. What the water reflects is past, or a past, or all possible pasts. That's horrifying, Aragorn said flatly, but useful. If reflections show things not physically present, they might show us where the cult went, even if they concealed their physical passage. Stella had waded forward, staring down at water. I see myself, younger, wearing cult robes. I'm performing the initiation ritual. Don't watch it, Gandalf said sharply. moving between her and the water. That's exactly what the temple wants, for you to become absorbed in memory. Look at me, not the water. Stella's eyes refocused with visible effort. Sorry, it's so easy to fall into, like the water wants me to drown in my own past. That's precisely what it wants, so we stay focused on present, on purpose, on each other. Agreed? Agreed. Alfharin had been swimming in circles, keeping close, and now stopped suddenly, attention fixed ahead and right. His ears pricked forward, alert rather than alarmed. Aragorn followed the wolf's gaze, a staircase rising from water, leading to what might be a gallery, and on the third step, barely visible, was a fresh footprint. Bare feet, human-sized, recent. Someone came through here, Aragorn said quietly, within the last hour, possibly less. They approached carefully, Aragorn checking each step for stability. The stairs were solid, fundamental architecture remained sound despite other failures. As they climbed, water level dropped, until by the 10th step they were above the flooded zone. The stairs curved along the chamber's wall, opening onto a gallery running the hall's length. The gallery was drier, though water stains showed previous submersion. The floor was covered in thin silt, and in that silt, more footprints were clearly visible. Multiple sets, at least 4 different individuals, all barefoot, all moving the same direction. The cult's ritual team, Stella identified. They always work barefoot in water-adjacent spaces. They believe it helps them connect. Useful superstition if it makes them easier to track, Aragorn muttered. The gallery terminated in a doorway, actual door, ancient warped wood still hanging on corroded hinges. It stood slightly ajar, and from the gap came faint, regular sound, chanting, low voices, rhythmic, repeating the same phrase in corrupted old tongue. They're performing ritual now, Stella whispered. We might be too late. Then we interrupt mid-phase, Gandalf replied. Dangerous and unstable, but better than letting them finish. Ready? Aragorn drew his sword, practical motion, ensuring tool availability. Ready? Alfharin positioned at Gandalf's left, head lowered, body coiled. Ready to move, fight, protect. Gandalf pushed the door open. The chamber beyond was circular with intact domed ceiling decorated with faded astronomical murals. The floor was dry, completely dry, despite being deeper inside than flooded areas they'd traversed. In the center was a shallow basin, 6 feet in diameter, carved from single piece of dark stone. 4 robed figures stood around the basin, hands linked, voices rising and falling in repetitive chant. They faced inward, focused on basin contents, water glowing with faint phosphorescence. The cultists were so absorbed they didn't notice the door opening. The chant continued, building toward obvious crescendo. Gandalf raised his staff, prepared to disrupt. The water in the basin responded. It rose, not splashing but simply rising as coherent mass, defying gravity. It formed into a column, then vaguely humanoid shape, suggestion rather than definition, and it spoke. Not with sound, but pressure, words bypassing ears, resonating directly in mind. Cease. The cultists' chant broke. All 4 staggered backward, releasing hands, circle broken. The water figure remained standing, towering 8 feet tall, regarding cultists with something that might have been disappointment. You speak words you do not understand. Request permissions you have not earned. Trespass in memory not your own. One cultist, a woman, voice shaking but determined, spoke. Great Warden, we seek only knowledge, the songs of binding, keys to old seals. We offer tribute, service. You offer nothing I value. Memory cannot be purchased. Identity cannot be traded. You understand neither. The water figure turned, or its attention shifted, toward the doorway. The presence of its regard was palpable. And you, different, not seeking to take, curious, the wolf most of all, unchanged, authentic, rare. Alpharin's hackles rose, but the wolf didn't retreat. Met the warden's attention with steady courage, even as Gandalf felt through their bond how deeply uncomfortable this was. Gandalf stepped forward. "We're here to prevent desecration, not commit it. These would break what should remain intact. We would preserve it. Preserve, control, imprison, protect. All the same words rearranged, all claiming virtue while denying freedom." "Not freedom," Gandalf countered. "Release, not of the unjustly contained, but of things sealed for excellent reasons, things that would cause immeasurable harm if returned." "So you judge. So they judge. Both claim righteousness. Why should I value one claim over another?" Stella stepped forward despite obvious fear. "Because we don't lie about what we want. They tell themselves they're liberating ancient powers, restoring balance. But the truth is simpler. They want power, control over what's released. I know. I believed their lies once. And you, what do you seek, defector? Redemption, maybe, or just to stop more people from making my mistakes." The warden seemed to contract, becoming denser. "Redemption is memory work, rewriting past actions with present intentions. I understand this, value it perhaps." The cultists were backing toward a different exit. The woman tried once more. "Warden, we have permission marks, proper offerings." "Stolen marks, hollow offerings. You perform ritual without comprehension. This is not prayer, it is theft." The water figure moved impossibly fast, suddenly between cultists and escape, a wall of living water. "You will leave your marks, your tools, your stolen knowledge. You may keep your lives, bodies, but memories of this place, those belong to me now." "No," the woman lunged forward. "You can't. We need—" "You need nothing here. You want. There is a difference." The warden flowed forward, engulfing her in a wave that remained coherent. When it receded, she stood gasping, eyes vacant. "Where am I? Why am I wet?" Her companions stared in horror, but there was nowhere to go. The warden advanced on each in turn. By the time it returned to the basin, 4 confused people stood in the chamber with no memory of arrival or purpose. "Take them outside," Gandalf said quietly. "Get them away before the warden decides to take more." Aragorn nodded, approaching the bewildered cultists carefully. "Come with me, you're safe. Just come with me." He guided them toward the entrance door. Stella watched with complicated sympathy, recognizing they were victims in their own way. When they were gone, only Gandalf, Alfharin, and Stella remained. "You stayed. Why?" "Because we need to know what the cult sought. Not to steal it, but to understand the pattern. They're coordinating across multiple seal sites. If we understand what they hope to learn here, we might anticipate their next moves." "Knowledge as defense rather than weapon. Interesting claim. True claim. I am Gandalf. I seek understanding that enables protection, not power for its own sake." Gandalf. The name resonated strangely. "Memory of you exists here. Old memory, secondhand. You have been spoken of, long ago, favorably, which is rare. I'm honored, I think. I don't recall visiting." "You did not. But one who knew you spoke of you when this was not drowned, when scholars came to study. They said, if Gandalf judges a thing sealed, trust the seal." Despite tension, Gandalf almost smiled. "That sounds like Elrond. Both have opinions about my cautiousness. Caution versus cowardice. I weigh which you embody." The warden examined Gandalf, then shifted to Alfharin. "And the wolf, unchanged soul, he would die for you, has nearly done so. I sense the scars." Gandalf's hand rested protectively on Alpharin's head. He is my companion, my friend. We walk together by choice. Choice, yes, the core of moral weight. The Warden drew back. Very well, I will grant what I refuse them. One answer, ask wisely. Gandalf considered carefully. What is the cult's ultimate goal? Not just breaking seals, but why? Synchronization. Layers of meaning carried in the word. They believe seals were placed in harmonic arrangement. If they trigger all in sequence, in proper rhythm, they create not mere opening, but transformation. The sealed things would merge, become something new, power without precedent. And they want to control this merged entity. A control, bargain with, serve, worship, their exact intention varies, but all share belief it would grant them status, power, meaning. They're fools, Stella whispered. Something like that wouldn't grant favors. It would simply be and destroy everything in the process. Correct, but fools with coordination are more dangerous than monsters. Gandalf thought, then asked, can you show us where they'll strike next? That is a second question, but I am feeling pragmatic. If the cult succeeds, this temple will be destroyed. I have no desire to be unmade. The basin's water began glowing brighter. An image formed, a stone bridge over deep gorge, black water far below, mountains in background, and carved into the bridge's central pillar, a symbol combining crown and iron hammer. The Bridge of Kings' ancient crossing, a seal placed there in days when crowns were earned. The cult believes the seal's key is tied to royal bloodlines. Do they have such a person? They believe so. Whether belief is accurate, unknown, but they will attempt within the next moon cycle. Then that's where we go next. Thank you, Warden. Is not help, is survival instinct. Do not mistake pragmatic alliance for friendship. Noted. They left, retracing steps through the temple, finally emerging into daylight that seemed shockingly bright. The cultists they'd encountered were gone, wandered off, confused but alive. They stood on the threshold, looking back at the structure holding so much memory, knowledge, danger. We learned what we needed, Aragorn said. At what cost? Time will tell, Gandalf replied. The Warden spoke truly. Hearing creates obligation. We're bound to it now, but also better equipped for what's coming. The Bridge of Kings, Stella said, far to the east, in the Iron Mountains. Weeks to reach. Then we'd better start moving. They left the temple behind, carrying new knowledge and burdens, walking toward the next crisis, the next desperate attempt to prevent catastrophe. Behind them, water rippled against stone, and somewhere in the depths, the Echo Warden returned to its endless task of remembering. The temple stood, the seals held. For now. The journey deeper into the temple's interior proved more disorienting than anticipated. After leaving the Warden's chamber, Gandalf had assumed they would simply retrace their steps to the entrance. But the temple had other ideas about navigation. The corridor they'd used should have led back to the Hall of Columns. Instead, after perhaps 20 paces, it terminated in a wall that definitely hadn't been there before. Smooth stone, unmarked, as if the passage had simply decided to end. That's not right, Aragorn said, placing his hand against the stone. We came through here, I'm certain. The temple is reconfiguring, Gandalf said, studying the wall with staff light. Or our perception is being altered. This place exists partially in memory, partially in physical reality. The route we took entering may not be available for exit. So we're trapped? Stella asked, panic edging her voice. Not trapped. Redirected. There's a difference, though. The distinction may be academic from our perspective. Gandalf turned, examining options. We go forward, or what passes for forward in a space where direction is negotiable. They backtracked to the last intersection, where 3 passages branched from a central node. The rightmost was the one they'd just attempted. The middle passage sloped downward into water-filled darkness. The leftmost curved upward, stairs carved from living rock. Up seemed safer than down, Aragorn offered. In normal circumstances, yes. But this isn't normal. The safest path might be the one seeming most dangerous, precisely because our instincts expect otherwise. Gandalf paused. However, we also have Alfharin. The wolf had been sitting patiently, but at his name, ears pricked forward. Gandalf gestured to the 3 passages. Which way, friend? Which path feels least wrong? Alfharin rose, moved to each entrance, sniffing carefully. At the downward middle passage, he sneezed and backed away, clear rejection. At the rightmost passage, no interest, but at the leftmost stairs he paused, then looked back at Gandalf with deep reluctance combined with resignation. Not exactly a ringing endorsement, Aragorn observed. No, but closest we'll get to, this way might not kill us immediately. Up it is. The stairs were steep, uneven, clearly hand-carved rather than cut with modern tools. Water seepage made stone slick, requiring careful attention. Alfharin managed better than the humans, his 4-legged balance more stable, though even he slipped once. As they climbed, sound quality around them began changing in subtle, unsettling ways. Footsteps produced echoes, normal enough in stone. But these echoes didn't behave normally, sometimes arriving too quickly, overlapping original sound, sometimes too slowly, hanging seconds after the step. Occasionally, echoes came from wrong directions, as if reflected by surfaces that didn't exist. Don't listen too carefully, Stella warned again. The temple is trying to map our acoustic signatures, learning the sound of us so it can reproduce it. Why would it want to do that? Aragorn asked, tone suggesting he suspected he wouldn't like the answer. To replace us, or trap us in loops of our own making. Sound is memory. Your voice is uniquely yours, tied to identity. If the temple captures and replays your voice, it can create illusion of your presence when you're not there. Or speak with your voice, make you doubt whether you said something or only thought it. As if punctuating her warning, a voice echoed from ahead. Only thought it. Stella's own words, delayed, distorted, arriving seconds after she'd finished speaking. The tone was slightly off, like poor imitation rather than true recording. Everyone stopped, instinctively silent, afraid speaking would provide more material. Then Alfharin growled, low, sustained rumble resonating in his chest, not directed at visible threat, but at the air itself, at the wrongness, and remarkably, the growl helped. Strange echoes receded, as if the wolf's purely animal sound was something the temple couldn't easily process. Good boy, Gandalf murmured barely above whisper. You're giving it indigestion. They continued upward. The stairs finally opened onto a corridor, or what had once been corridor, but was now more like gallery. One wall was largely intact, covered in faded murals showing scholarly work. Robed figures bent over manuscripts, pointing at star charts, engaged in intense debates. The opposite wall had partially collapsed, opening the corridor to a vast empty space beyond. The openness created strange acoustic properties. Sounds didn't just echo, they seemed to swirl, to circulate through space in patterns defying normal physics. Gandalf tested deliberately, speaking a single word. Hello. The word returned fragmented. Low. Then from different direction. Hell. And finally distorted and slowed. Hello. As if the space was learning how to properly reproduce the greeting. Deeply unpleasant, Aragorn said, then flinched as his words came back scattered. Pleasant. Deep. Lie unplease. Stop talking, Gandalf advised. We're feeding it data. They moved along the gallery in attempted silence, though every footstep still produced those uncanny echoes. Every breath seemed captured and filed away. Alfharin stayed close to Gandalf, clearly unhappy but determined. Halfway along, Stella suddenly stopped, face going pale. She stared at a wall section where murals were particularly well preserved. "What is it?" Gandalf asked quietly. She pointed with shaking hand at one figure, a woman in dark robes holding ceremonial blade. "That's me, or looks exactly like me, but this mural is centuries old." "It's not," Gandalf said firmly. "The temple is altering your perception, making you see yourself in historical images to confuse identity and timeline sense. Don't look, don't engage." But Stella seemed frozen, unable to look away. "She's doing the ritual, the one I did joining the cult. How can the temple know that?" "Because you're remembering it right now, and the temple is reflecting your memory back through the mural. It's a trick, Stella. Convincing, but still a trick." Aragorn moved to her other side, gently turning her from the wall. "Walk with me. Focus on my voice, your breathing. One foot, then the other." Stella allowed herself to be guided forward, though she kept glancing back as if afraid the mural might follow or change into something worse. The gallery ended at a doorway. Actual door. Dark wood reinforced with corroded metal bands. Unlike everything else, this door looked solid, real, definitively present rather than shifting. "A real door," Aragorn said. "After all the strangeness, just a normal door." "Which is probably the most suspicious thing yet," Gandalf replied. "Normal shouldn't exist here. The fact it does suggests we're meant to open this door, that something on the other side wants us to. Could be a trap. Almost certainly is, in some form. But also might be the way forward, or the only way forward." Gandalf approached, examining without touching. No visible locks, no obvious mechanisms. Just simple latch, like any barn might have. He looked at Alfharin. "What do you sense, friend?" The wolf moved forward, nose to door's base, sniffing carefully. He didn't growl or back away, just stood processing information only he could detect. Finally, he looked up and gave a single short bark. Not alarm, but acknowledgement. "Yes, something's on the other side." "No, it's not immediately hostile. Proceed with caution." "As close to a green light as we're likely to get," Gandalf said. He placed his hand on the latch, paused to take a breath, then lifted it and pushed. The room beyond was circular, perhaps 30 feet across, with domed ceiling rising high above. The ceiling was decorated with remarkably preserved murals, astronomical charts showing constellations, planetary movements, lunar phases, calculations related to celestial mechanics. But the truly striking feature was the floor. It was divided into concentric circles, each carved with symbols and words in various ancient languages. And the circles weren't static, they were rotating, slowly, almost imperceptibly, but definitely moving, grinding against each other with soft sound like distant thunder. In the very center was a shallow depression carved directly into floor, and in that basin, perfectly still despite rotating circles around it, was crystal clear water reflecting ceiling murals with such perfect clarity it was difficult to tell where actual ceiling ended and reflection began. "It's beautiful," Stella whispered. "It's dangerous," Gandalf corrected. "Beautiful, yes, but primarily dangerous. This is some kind of calculation device, or recording mechanism. Each circle represents a different variable. The way they rotate relative to each other creates combinations, patterns, sequences." Aragorn studied the setup from the doorway, not yet entering. "Combinations of what? For what purpose?" "For recording events, I think. Not just what happened, but when. Under what celestial conditions, what factors were present? This room creates context for memory, places each recorded moment in proper temporal and cosmic framework. The cult was looking for this, Stella said suddenly. They mentioned something in planning sessions, a place where binding songs were recorded with full harmonic context. They said if they could access it, they could understand not just what the songs were, but when and how they were meant to be performed, which would give them ability to not just break seals, but potentially rewrite them, Gandalf said grimly, to alter the fundamental nature of what was bound. This is far more dangerous than I initially thought. He stepped into the room carefully, testing footing on the rotating circles. They moved slowly enough that balance wasn't immediately difficult, but constant subtle shifting created disorienting effect, like standing on ship's deck in calm seas. Alfharin followed, four-legged stance providing better stability, but the wolf's ears were flat against his head, clear sign of extreme discomfort. This place offended something fundamental in his nature. Gandalf approached the central basin, peering into clear water. The reflection of ceiling murals was indeed perfect, but as he looked more carefully, he noticed something odd. The reflected stars were in different positions than those painted above. The reflection showed a different configuration, a different night sky. "The water isn't reflecting what is," he said quietly. "It's reflecting what was, or perhaps what will be. It's showing celestial configuration at the time the recorded memory was created." "Can you access it?" Aragorn asked. "The recording?" "Possibly. But there's a problem. I don't know what's recorded here. Could be the binding songs we need, or something else entirely. Something dangerous or corrupting. Memory stored in places like this isn't passive. It's active. It wants to be remembered, experienced again. If we access this, we're not just observing, we're potentially participating." "Is there a way to preview it?" Stella asked. "See what it is before fully engaging?" Gandalf considered, then carefully dipped one finger into the basin's water. The effect was immediate. Water began rippling, and in those ripples, images formed. Brief flashes, disconnected fragments. A great hall filled with ancient dressed people. A ceremony, solemn and significant. A crown being placed on someone's head, or removed, too brief to be certain. Chanting, sound came through despite being only visual memory, as if water carried acoustic information. And then, disturbingly, a face looking directly at the viewer. An old man, bearded, eyes holding wisdom and terrible grief. He seemed to look at Gandalf specifically, across centuries, lips moving. "If you see this, then our failure is complete. Guard well what we could not." The water stilled, images fading. "Well," Gandalf said after heavy silence. "That was ominous." "Was that a king?" Aragorn asked. "Possibly, or high priest or scholar of significant rank. Someone with authority, and someone who knew their work might ultimately fail. This recording was made as warning and plea." "Should we access the full memory?" Stella asked. Gandalf looked at Basin, at rotating circles, at star map ceiling. This was precisely the knowledge the cult sought, but also precisely what they needed to stay ahead. "Yes, but carefully, with safeguards. Aragorn, stay by the door. If this goes wrong, if we become trapped, you'll need to pull us out physically. Stella, you and I engage together. If one becomes too absorbed, the other serves as anchor." "And Alfharin?" The wolf had positioned himself near the basin, watchful despite obvious discomfort. "He'll do what he always does, guard us even against dangers with no physical form. His presence alone helps maintain connection to present reality." They prepared. Aragorn took position by the door, hand on sword, scanning for threats. Gandalf and Stella knelt on opposite sides of the basin. "On three," Gandalf said. "1, 2, 3. They both. The memory began fragmenting, dissolving. Bright room darkened, people faded to shadows, sound grew distant, and Gandalf and Stella gasped simultaneously, hands jerking from water, back in the present, in the damaged chamber with its slowly rotating circles. "Did you see?" Stella began. "Yes, all of it. The original sealing, the intentional fragmentation, and the admission it was always meant to be temporary." Aragorn had moved closer, concerned. "Are you both all right?" "Physically, yes. Mentally?" Gandalf stood slowly, helping Stella up. "That's going to take time to process, but we learned what we needed. The cult isn't randomly breaking seals. They're systematically gathering fragments of the original binding song, and once they have them all, they can undo everything those ancient scholars accomplished," Stella finished. "Or worse, they can rewrite them, change what's bound, how it's bound, potentially control what's released." Alfharin had remained alert throughout, and now moved to Gandalf's side, pressing against the wizard's leg in gesture of both comfort and concern. "I know, friend," Gandalf murmured, hand resting on the wolf's head. "Heavy knowledge to carry, but we carry it because someone must." They left the circular chamber carefully, back through the door, into the gallery. The strange echoes were still present, still unsettling, but somehow less frightening after what they'd experienced. "We need to find a way out," Aragorn said. "The cult knows about this place. They'll send more teams." "Agreed. And I think I understand now how to navigate this structure. The temple isn't trying to trap us. It's testing us, making sure we're worthy of the knowledge it holds. We've passed that test by accessing the memory responsibly." As if responding to his words, the gallery ahead began changing. Walls shifted smoothly, organically. New passages appeared where blank stone had been. The temple was reconfiguring, offering exit. "That's convenient," Aragorn said cautiously. "Perhaps suspiciously so. Or perhaps the Warden has decided we're not enemies. Either way, I suggest we accept the gift and move quickly before it changes its mind." They followed the newly revealed passage, descending gradually, spiraling down through levels they hadn't seen entering. Light quality changed, growing stronger, warmer, natural daylight. Finally they emerged, not through the entrance they'd used, but through different opening on the temple complex's opposite side. The sun was lower than when they'd entered. Several hours had passed, though it felt like less inside. They stood on stone platform above waterline, breathing fresh air, feeling late afternoon sun's warmth, grateful to be where directions made sense and echoes behaved normally. "The cult's ritual team," Aragorn said suddenly. "The ones the Warden memory wiped. Where did they go?" "Wandered off, probably," Gandalf said, confused, disoriented, but alive and unharmed beyond memory loss. "They'll find villages eventually, be cared for, maybe recover some of what was taken. Or maybe not. The Warden's judgment wasn't unjust, merely harsh. Do we go after them? No. They're victims now, not threats. Our time is better spent preventing the next team, the next attempt. According to the Warden, that's at the Bridge of Kings." They looked east, toward mountains barely visible on the horizon, toward their next destination and crisis in a series seeming to have no end. But they had something now they hadn't before: understanding. Not complete, not total, but enough. Enough to know what they fought against. Enough to know why it mattered. And sometimes, in the face of impossible odds, enough had to be enough. The eastern side of the temple complex differed from the flooded approaches they'd navigated earlier. Here, architecture showed signs of deliberate design for multiple water levels, channels carved into stone, adjustable gates and locks, systems for controlling flow and depth, speaking to sophisticated hydraulics understanding. They didn't just build near water, Aragorn observed, studying the elaborate channel network. They built with water, made it integral to structure's function, like water was part of the architecture itself, rather than just a hazard to manage. Water is medium and message both, Gandalf agreed. These scholars understood something fundamental about memory and fluidity, about how identity flows and changes like water while remaining essentially itself. Remarkable, and troubling that such sophisticated knowledge has been so completely lost. Stella had moved ahead slightly, drawn to a structure now more clearly visible, a small pavilion built on raised platform, surrounded by shallow channels on all sides. The pavilion itself was partially collapsed, but foundations remained solid, and carved into those foundations were lines, regular, deliberate, like musical notation or written language. "Gandalf," she called back, "I think there's something here you should see." They climbed the short steps to the platform. Up close, the carved lines resolved into something more specific, complex arrangement of curved and straight marks, organized in horizontal bands wrapping around the pavilion's base. Between bands at regular intervals were small holes, perhaps once held pins or markers. "It's a recording system," Gandalf said, kneeling to examine carvings more closely. "Like mechanical musical notation, but more sophisticated. Lines represent pitch, duration, emphasis. Holes would have held markers to indicate specific moments, transitions, key changes." "Can you read it?" Aragorn asked. "Some, enough to recognize what it is, if not fully interpret. This is, or was, a way to preserve songs without relying on human memory or written text. You could read this by running fingers along grooves, feeling the patterns, translating them back into sound. At the pavilion's center, where collapsed roof would have once provided weather protection, was a shallow pool, circular, perhaps 6 feet across, carved from single piece of dark stone. Unlike water-filled chambers inside the temple, this pool was dry, or nearly so. Just thin moisture film coated the bottom, enough for reflections, but not actual depth. Stella approached cautiously, experience making her wary of any water feature here. But she was also drawn by something she couldn't articulate. Sense that this specific location was important, related directly to cult objectives. She knelt by the pool's edge, peering down at moisture-slicked stone. "There are marks here, inside the pool. More carvings, but different from pavilion-base ones. These look newer, or at least more deliberately recent." Gandalf joined her, staff light brightening to illuminate the pool's interior. She was right. Inscribed in the bottom, in letters looking freshly carved despite ancient setting, were words in language Gandalf recognized with a chill. The cult's cant, corrupted old tongue they used for rituals. "They've been here before," he said. "Recently. These marks weren't made centuries ago. They're fresh, probably within the last month." "What do they say?" Aragorn asked. Gandalf traced letters carefully, translating, "Memory yields to song. Song yields to will. Will yields to..." The rest is incomplete. They carved this but didn't finish. Either interrupted or they didn't know how the phrase ended. "Or couldn't figure it out," Stella added. "The cult has fragments of old knowledge, but often they don't understand what they've found. They recognize it's important, powerful, but actual meaning eludes them. So they guess, improvise, and usually get it wrong." "Usually, but not always," Gandalf said grimly. "And the times they get it right or even partially right, are when real damage happens. He stood, moving back to the pavilion's carved notation system. This pool was meant to work in conjunction with these carvings. You would perform the song, speaking or singing the notes indicated by stone notation while standing in the pool. The water would somehow capture or record the performance, preserve it in a way that could be accessed later. So the cult tried to use it, Aragorn concluded, tried to make the pool record the binding song or fragments so they could study it at leisure. Yes, but something went wrong. The pool is dry, or nearly so. Either the mechanism requires more water than currently present, or there's some other missing element, a key, catalyst, specific condition that must be met. Stella had been studying the grooves in the pavilion base, running fingers along them as Gandalf suggested, trying to translate tactile information into sound. "I recognize part of this," she said suddenly. "The cult made us memorize chant fragments during initiation. They said it was to attune us to old frequencies. I thought it was nonsense, just ritual for ritual's sake, but..." She began humming, melody both strange and somehow familiar, ancient patterns resonating with something deeper than conscious recognition. The tune was incomplete, fragmentary, but it had structure, logic. And the pool responded. The thin moisture film began swirling, moving in patterns definitely not caused by wind or natural convection. Ripples formed, expanding outward from center, creating interference patterns where they overlapped. "Keep going," Gandalf urged. "You've triggered something. The pool is responding to the frequency, to specific harmonic content of that melody." Stella continued humming, but her brow furrowed with concentration and growing uncertainty. "I don't know the rest. The cult never taught us beyond this fragment. They couldn't. They didn't know it themselves." "Then we improvise," Gandalf said. He joined the humming, but instead of trying to continue Stella's melody, he added counterpoint, second line weaving around and through the first, creating harmony rather than attempting to extend the original tune. The pool's response intensified. The moisture began glowing faintly, and in its phosphorescent light, letters appeared, not carved, but formed from the water itself, rippling into existence, fragmentary words, pieces of phrases, all incomplete. "It's trying to show us something," Aragorn said. "The pool is acting like the Echo Warden, attempting to replay a memory, a recording, but it doesn't have enough substance, energy, whatever it needs to complete the process." "Water," Gandalf said with sudden certainty. "It needs water, real water, not just residual moisture. This is a recording basin, similar to the one inside where we met the Warden, but smaller, more portable. It was meant to be filled deliberately when in use, then drained for safety when not in operation." "Should we fill it?" Stella asked. "With water from the river? River water in a sacred recording basin?" Gandalf shook his head. "That seems likely to either do nothing or do something catastrophically wrong. This device was built to work with specific water, probably purified, blessed, treated to make it receptive to memory recording process, which we don't have and couldn't create even if we knew the formula," Aragorn pointed out. Gandalf was quiet for a long moment, thinking. Then, "Perhaps not. The Echo Warden offered us access to one binding song fragment. What if we don't need to record anything new? What if we need to retrieve what was already recorded here and then lost when the pool was drained? How would we do that?" "By giving the pool something to work with, a medium, a catalyst." He looked down at the moisture still swirling with faint phosphorescence. "Water remembers, yes, but so do other things." He reached into his robes and withdrew a small flask. Travelers always carried water. "This isn't sacred water, but it's water I've carried for 3 days. Water that's been present during our discussions, our plans, our confrontation with the Warden. It's soaked up something of our purpose, our intention. That might be enough. Or it might contaminate whatever recording exists and render it permanently inaccessible, Aragorn said. True, but doing nothing guarantees we learn nothing, and the cult will return, probably better prepared, possibly with specific knowledge or materials needed to make this pool work properly. I'd rather take the risk now while we have the chance than leave this capability intact for them to exploit. He looked at Stella and Aragorn. Unless either of you has strong objection, Stella shook her head. The cult used me to help them access places like this. If I can help undo even small part of that damage, help prevent them from gaining more knowledge they'll misuse, then whatever risk seems worth it. Aragorn simply shrugged. I'm a soldier, not a scholar. Your judgment on matters of ancient magical recording devices is infinitely better than mine. If you think it's worth trying, I trust that assessment. Very well. Gandalf opened the flask and carefully poured its contents into the pool. Not much, perhaps a pint at most, but enough to cover the bottom with thin layer of actual liquid rather than just moisture film. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The water began glowing, not faint phosphorescence they'd seen before, but bright, clear light illuminating the entire pavilion. And in that light, the water began to sing, not metaphorically, actually sing. Sound emanated from the pool as if from a dozen invisible voices, all harmonizing in melody that was heartbreakingly beautiful and profoundly sad. This was the binding song, or part of it, a complete phrase, perhaps full verse, where before they'd only heard fragments. Stella sank to her knees, overwhelmed. Tears streamed down her face, not from sadness, but from sheer emotional weight of the music. This was what the cult had been seeking, what they'd manipulated and coerced and violated sacred spaces to find. And it was being given freely, or at least offered to those who approached with respect rather than greed. Gandalf listened with absolute concentration, committing every note, every harmonic shift, every subtle emphasis to memory. This wasn't just music, it was instruction, information encoded in melody. The binding songs weren't arbitrary compositions, they were technical specifications rendered in acoustic form. Understanding them meant understanding the seal's structure themselves. The song built to crescendo, moment of perfect resolution, and then stopped, not faded, not concluded, just stopped, mid-phrase, as if someone had literally cut off the singer mid-breath. The water's glow dimmed rapidly, and when it faded completely, the pool was dry again. Not even moisture film remained. Whatever energy or property had allowed the recording to play had been completely exhausted in that single performance. It was incomplete, Stella said, voice rough with emotion. The recording, I mean. Someone started it, but never finished, or finished it, but the ending was lost somehow. Or, Gandalf said slowly, it was deliberately left incomplete. Remember what the old scholars said in the memory we accessed. They scattered the knowledge, fragmented it deliberately, so no single source could compromise the whole system. This recording contains one piece. The Warden showed us another. There are probably more, hidden in other locations, each incomplete by design. So even if the cult finds all these recording sites, even if they access every memory and every water script, Aragorn said, they still won't have the complete song. They'll have pieces needing assembly. Exactly. And assembly requires understanding of musical theory, harmonic structure, mathematical relationships between different sections. It's a puzzle, deliberately made difficult, with most instructions missing. Can you do it? Stella asked. Assemble the pieces we found into something complete? Gandalf was quiet, considering honestly. Perhaps. Partially. I understand music, understand theory behind harmonic composition. But this is work done by masters, scholars who spent lifetimes studying these arts. My understanding is amateur by comparison. I can make educated guesses, but whether those guesses would be accurate enough to actually reconstruct a working version, he shook his head. I genuinely don't know. But the cult doesn't know either, Stella pointed out. They're working from even more fragmented knowledge, making even more poorly informed guesses. The difference is they think they understand when they don't, which makes them dangerous, both to the seals and to themselves. True enough. Gandalf looked around the pavilion, at the carved notation, at the now dry pool. We should document what we can. Aragorn, do you have drawing materials? Always. The ranger produced a small journal and charcoal. What needs recording? The notations on pavilion base. I want accurate rubbings if possible. Faithful copies of those carved lines. They might be crucial for understanding how different fragments we've collected fit together. While Aragorn worked on that, carefully pressing thin paper against carved stone and rubbing charcoal over it to capture patterns, Gandalf and Stella examined the rest of the pavilion area for anything they might have missed. Alfharin, who'd been patiently waiting through the musical revelation, suddenly tensed, attention focused on the approach to the pavilion. A low growl rumbled in his chest, warning, not yet aggression, but definitely alert. Someone's coming, Gandalf said quietly, reading the wolf's body language. Or something. Aragorn, how long do you need? 2 more panels and I'm done. Maybe 3 minutes. Then we have 3 minutes before we need to be ready for whatever Alfharin senses. Stella had drawn a knife. Small, practical, serviceable. Her hands shook slightly, but her grip was firm. Whatever was approaching, she was determined to face rather than flee. The sound of footsteps reached them, multiple people, moving without particular stealth but not announcing themselves either. Voices murmured, low and cautious, getting closer. Then figures emerged from behind the temple's bulk. 3 people dressed in traveling clothes rather than robes, carrying packs and walking staffs. Not cultists, at least not obviously so. They looked like ordinary travelers, perhaps pilgrims or scholars, though their wariness suggested they knew this area was potentially dangerous. The lead figure, a middle-aged man with graying hair and weathered outdoor look, stopped abruptly when he saw Gandalf's group. His hand went to sword hilt, but he didn't draw. "You're not the cultists," he said, voice cautious but not hostile. "No," Gandalf agreed. "We're very much not cultists. In fact, we've been working to prevent the cultists from accomplishing their goals here. And you are?" The man relaxed slightly, though he remained alert. "Travelers, researchers of a sort. We were hired to investigate this site, document what remains, report on any recent activity. Are you the ones who dealt with the ritual team that was here?" "The Echo Warden dealt with them," Gandalf corrected. "We simply provided context and witnessed the judgment." "Ah." The man's expression suggested he both understood and was profoundly grateful not to have encountered the warden himself. "Then you've been inside? Seen what's there?" "We've seen enough. Ancient knowledge deliberately fragmented, stored in systems that are partially functional but incomplete. The cult is seeking to gather those fragments and reassemble them into something dangerous. That aligns with what we've been hired to investigate." The man gestured to his companions, younger man and woman, both looking nervous but curious. "We represent a collective of scholars, people who've noticed the cult's increasing activity, the pattern of their raids on ancient sites. We're trying to get ahead of them, document what's at risk before they can exploit or destroy it. Noble work, Gandalf said, and dangerous. The cult doesn't react well to interference. We're aware. We've lost colleagues. The man's expression darkened, which is why we're grateful to encounter people who share our goals rather than oppose them. I'm Hadrian, by the way. These are my associates, Lyra and Torvin. Brief nods all around, introductions, but wary, both sides still evaluating whether the other could be trusted. After brief discussion, they shared information. Hadrian's group would continue documenting the pavilion and surrounding structures, while Gandalf's group prepared to leave for the Bridge of Kings. Hadrian provided a carved wooden token, a symbol that would gain them help in any major city's scholars' quarter. "Safe journey," Hadrian said as they parted. "And thank you for what you did here, for stopping the cult's ritual. Every small victory matters." "It does," Gandalf agreed. "Though I fear we're going to need many more small victories before we can claim anything like larger success." They descended from the pavilion platform, moving away from the temple complex as afternoon faded toward evening. Camping here overnight felt unwise. Better to put distance between themselves and this place of memory and power. As they walked, Stella looked back at the pavilion one last time. "Do you think we did the right thing, using the pool, even though it destroyed the recording?" "I think we did a necessary thing," Gandalf replied. "Right is harder to determine, but necessary, yes. The cult would have eventually figured out how to access that recording properly. Better that we heard it first, that we understand a piece of what they're trying to assemble. Knowledge can be weapon, but it can also be shield. How we use what we've learned will determine which." They walked toward the lowering sun, toward whatever rest they could find before tomorrow's journey began, carrying the weight of incomplete songs and scattered knowledge, of ancient warnings and modern dangers. Behind them, the drowned temple stood in twilight, holding its remaining secrets close, waiting for the next seekers, praying, if structures could pray, that those seekers would be worthy rather than corrupt. Time would tell. It always did. Morning came gray and reluctant, the sun struggling to penetrate cloud layer that had moved in overnight. They'd camped perhaps 2 miles from the temple in an ash tree grove providing decent cover and reasonably dry ground. Aragorn had taken first watch, then Gandalf, both passing an uneventful night marked only by ordinary nocturnal wildlife sounds and the distant river murmur. Now, as they broke camp and prepared to depart, the sense of something pending hung heavy, that peculiar tension before violence, when instinct warns of danger the conscious mind hasn't yet identified. Alfharin felt it most acutely. The wolf had been restless since waking, pacing the camp's perimeter, pausing frequently to test the air, ears swiveling at sounds only he could detect. He wasn't panicked, but definitely uneasy, and Gandalf had learned long ago to trust his companion's senses over his own regarding approaching threats. "We're being watched," Aragorn said quietly as he secured his pack. Not a question. "Yes," Gandalf confirmed. "Since just before dawn, I think. I felt it during my watch but couldn't locate the source. Multiple observers, keeping distance, coordinated movements." "The cult?" Stella asked, voice tight. She'd slept poorly, plagued by dreams she couldn't quite remember, but which left her feeling drained and anxious. "Almost certainly. The question is whether they're simply monitoring or preparing something more aggressive. Given that we disrupted their ritual and accessed their target site first," Aragorn said, "I'm betting on aggressive. They won't be pleased about losing that recording." "No, though they may not know yet that the recording was destroyed in accessing." They might think we simply copied it, which would make us targets for retrieval rather than revenge. Marginally better, though not by much. They broke camp efficiently, each person moving with practiced economy of those accustomed to traveling in potentially hostile territory. Stella had less experience than the others, but she'd learned quickly, mimicking Aragorn's methodical approach. Everything secured, nothing loose to rattle, weight distributed for optimal balance. The route back toward the main road led through partially flooded lowlands, not quite marsh, but terrain where water and land competed for dominance. Here, the river had spread beyond normal channel, creating shallow pools and meandering streams between hillocks of slightly higher ground. Old ruins dotted the area, remnants of what had once been larger complex associated with the temple. Most were reduced to foundation stones and crumbled walls, but one structure remained partially intact, a cloister, or what had been in more prosperous days. A covered walkway surrounding an open courtyard, supported by pillars showing centuries of weathering but remaining fundamentally sound. The cloister was beautiful in decay, moss-covered stones, vines climbing pillars, water reflecting gray sky in the courtyard's center, where floor had subsided into shallow pool. It looked peaceful, contemplative, exactly the kind of place ancient scholars might have walked while debating philosophy. It was also a perfect ambush site. "We should go around," Aragorn said immediately, stopping at the structure's approach. "That cloister has too many blind spots, too many concealment places. If they're going to hit us, that's where." "Agreed," Gandalf said. "The question is whether going around actually improves our situation or simply moves the ambush to terrain we understand even less. At least in the cloister, we can see the basic layout." "You're seriously considering walking into an obvious trap?" "I'm considering that avoiding obvious traps sometimes means walking directly into less obvious ones, and that if the cult is determined to engage us, we might prefer doing so in a location where architecture limits their numbers advantage rather than open ground where they can surround us completely." Alfharin had moved ahead slightly, approaching the cloister's entrance with cautious investigation. The wolf's body language was tense, but not yet alarmed. He sensed something wrong, but not immediately threatening. He looked back at Gandalf, waiting for direction. "What do you think, friend?" Gandalf asked quietly. "Does the wrongness come from the cloister specifically, or from the whole area?" Alfharin tilted his head, considering, then deliberately stepped into the cloister's covered walkway. Not far, just a few paces, but enough to test whether the space itself felt dangerous or merely suspicious. After a moment, he returned to Gandalf's side and sat, looking up with an expression that seemed to communicate, "Dangerous, yes, but not magically so. Physical threat, human threat, manageable if careful." "Very well," Gandalf said. "We proceed through the cloister, but weapons ready and maximum awareness. They'll use pillars for cover, likely try nets or binding spells before closing for physical combat. Aragorn, you lead, best eyes for spotting ambush positioning. Stella, stay between us, minimum exposure. Alfharin and I bring up rear and watch for attacks from behind." They entered the covered walkway in that formation, moving slowly, each person hyper-aware of surroundings. The walkway was perhaps 12 feet wide, pillars spaced at regular 10-foot intervals. Half-walls connected the pillars on the courtyard side, low enough to see over but high enough to provide cover for someone crouching. Water covered about half the walkway's floor, varying in depth from mere puddles to sections where it rose nearly ankle-high. It made sound discipline difficult. Every step produced ripples and splashes announcing their position. They'd made it perhaps a quarter way around, maybe 30 feet from entrance, when Aragorn raised his hand in halt signal. He'd spotted something, disturbance in water ahead, too regular to be natural, ripples spreading from behind a pillar as if someone had just shifted weight. Before he could react further, the attack came, not from ahead where he'd spotted the disturbance. That had been misdirection. Instead, from above and behind, a net thrown from the cloister wall's top, weighted at edges with small lead balls, spreading as it fell to cover maximum area. "Net!" Gandalf shouted, already moving. His staff came up, a word of power spoken sharply, and a burst of light, bright, concentrated, flared directly at the net. The impact didn't destroy it, but deflected its trajectory, sending it off course so it landed in water beside Aragorn with heavy splash rather than on him. But the net had been distraction. The real attack came from pillars on both sides, cultists emerging from concealment, at least 4 of them, moving fast and coordinated. Aragorn's sword was out instantly, meeting the first attacker. A man wielding curved blade, decent technique but nowhere near the ranger's skill. 2 quick exchanges, and Aragorn had disarmed him, reversed the man's momentum, sent him stumbling backward into water. A second cultist came at Gandalf from the left, not with weapon but hands extended in casting gesture. Wizard versus cult magic user. The cultist spoke a binding word, trying to freeze Gandalf's limbs. Gandalf countered with a word of his own, not opposing force with force, but redirecting, turning the binding energy back on itself so it dissipated harmlessly. Then he stepped forward, staff sweeping low, and caught the cultist's legs, toppling him into water with satisfying splash. The third and fourth attackers had targeted Stella, correctly identifying her as least combat capable. One carried short blade, the other weighted club, intent to disable rather than kill, probably hoping to recapture their wayward former colleague. But they'd underestimated Alfharin. The wolf had been waiting, watching, analyzing. Now he moved with explosive speed, covering distance between himself and Stella in 3 powerful bounds. The cultist with the blade saw him coming, tried to adjust his attack to defend against the wolf. Too slow. Alfharin hit him with full force of considerable mass, shoulder-checking the man hard enough to lift him off his feet and send him crashing into a pillar. The cultist's blade went flying, splashing into deeper water at the courtyard's center. The cultist with the club managed to land one blow, not on Stella, who had ducked and rolled away as Aragorn had taught her, but on Alfharin's shoulder as the wolf turned to face the second threat. The wolf didn't yelp, didn't retreat. Instead, he lunged forward, jaws snapping, and caught the club mid-swing. His teeth sank into wood, and with violent shake of his head, he ripped it from the cultist's grasp. Then, with the club still in his mouth like bizarre trophy, he placed himself directly between both cultists and Stella, growling a warning that needed no translation. "Try again, and I'll be less gentle." The cultist who'd thrown the net had descended from the wall and was now attempting second attack on Gandalf, this time with long knife held in reverse grip, fighting style suggesting training, probably military background before joining the cult. He was good. Fast, economical movements, staying just outside Gandalf's staff range while looking for openings. But Gandalf was better. Not because of superior physical skill. The wizard was old, and while fit for his age, not a match for younger fighter in pure athletic terms, but because of experience spanning literal lifetimes. He'd seen every variation of knife technique humans had invented, knew the tells, the patterns, the moments of commitment revealing intention before conscious decision. When the cultist finally committed to serious attack, lunging forward, blade aimed at Gandalf's throat, the wizard simply wasn't there. Sidestep, minimal movement, maximum efficiency. The blade passed through empty air, while Gandalf's staff caught the cultist on the back of the head, not hard enough to kill or cause serious injury, but definitely hard enough to disable. The man crumpled into water, unconscious. Aragorn had finished with his initial opponent and was now facing two more who'd emerged from hiding, including a woman who seemed to be the leader, given that others deferred to her positioning. She was older than the others, maybe 40, with the kind of weathered competence suggesting long experience at this work. "You're making a mistake," she called out, not attacking immediately but trying to create opening through dialogue. "That knowledge doesn't belong to you. You're not initiates. You haven't paid the price for understanding." "The price being what?" Aragorn replied, not lowering his sword. "Betraying basic human decency? Violating sacred sites? Trying to unleash horrors that were sealed for excellent reasons? The price being sacrifice. True understanding requires surrender of self, acceptance of greater purpose. You cling to your little individual moralities, your provincial definitions of right and wrong. The work we do is beyond such limitations." "Funny how beyond morality always seems to mean conveniently justified harm," Gandalf observed. "I've heard variations of that speech for more centuries than you've been alive. It never becomes more convincing with repetition." The woman's expression hardened. "You're Gandalf. The reports mentioned you might be involved. You're a relic, old man. A remnant of fading age that doesn't understand necessity of transformation. The world is changing, and your rigid preservation of ancient orders can't stop it." "Perhaps not," Gandalf agreed. "But I can certainly slow it down. Buy time for wiser heads to find better solutions than break everything and hope something good emerges from chaos." The woman gestured sharply, and her remaining companion, the one still on his feet, moved to attack, but not toward Gandalf or Aragorn, toward Alfharin and Stella. The wolf saw him coming, dropped the club, and launched himself directly at the threat. But the cultist was ready this time, had prepared specifically for engaging large animal. He had something in his hand, a charm or talisman, that he thrust forward as Alfharin closed distance. The charm flared with sickly green light, and the wolf yelped, actually yelped in pain, and stumbled mid-leap. He hit the ground hard, skidding through shallow water, limbs shaking, clearly hurt by whatever magic the charm had released. Gandalf's response was immediate and absolutely furious. His staff came up glowing with power, real power, not the restrained, careful magic he'd been using to avoid serious harm. A word in language predating human kingdoms, and a blast of pure force hammered into the cultist who'd hurt Alfharin. The man was lifted off his feet and thrown backward with enough force to carry him completely across the courtyard. He hit the far wall with sickening thud, slid down into water, and didn't move. The sudden, shocking display of actual destructive power, so different from Gandalf's previous restraint, froze everyone for a heartbeat. Then the woman leader broke the paralysis. She shouted something in the cult's cant, a command or retreat signal, and whatever remaining cultists were still conscious or mobile immediately disengaged, retreating through side passages and over walls with practiced efficiency of people who'd planned escape routes. Aragorn started to pursue, but Gandalf called him back sharply. "Let them go. Alfharin is hurt." The wolf was struggling to stand, legs shaking, breathing hard. Whatever the charm had done, it had struck deep, not physical wound, but some kind of spiritual or magical harm that left him weakened and disoriented. Gandalf was at his side instantly, kneeling in water, hands on the wolf's head and neck, speaking in soft, urgent tones. "Easy, friend, easy. I've got you. Just breathe. Stay with me." Through their bond, he could feel the damage, like poison spreading through Alfharin's essence, trying to sever connections that made him who he was, not trying to kill the body, but to kill the self, to erase the wolf's identity and leave only hollow animal shell. It was the same kind of magic the Echo Warden used, but corrupted, twisted into weapon rather than tool of judgment. Gandalf reached into deep reserves of his own power, strength he rarely accessed because of how dangerous it was to use, how easily it could spiral beyond control. But Alfharin needed it now, needed an anchor strong enough to hold him together while the magic ran its course. Golden light flowed from Gandalf's hands into the wolf, not fighting the poison directly, but rather surrounding Alfharin's core identity, protecting it, shielding it, until the destructive magic had no target left to attack. Slowly, degree by degree, the wolf's shaking subsided. His breathing steadied. His eyes, which had been glazed and unfocused, cleared. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was probably less than 3 minutes, Alfharin was able to stand on his own, though clearly exhausted. "That's it," Gandalf said quietly. "That's it. You're all right. You're still you. It didn't take that from you." Stella had been standing guard during the healing, knife still in hand, though her face was pale and hands trembled. Will he be okay?" "He will," Gandalf confirmed, though his own face was drawn with effort. But that was too close. That charm was specifically designed to harm beings like Alfharin, creatures whose identity is closely tied to their spiritual essence. It could have killed him, or worse, turned him into something empty. "Where would the cult get something like that?" Aragorn asked, returning from perimeter check. "That's not simple magic. That's sophisticated, specific, deeply malicious in design. Someone taught them," Gandalf said grimly, "or gave them the tools. The cult has been portrayed as mostly incompetent, grasping at power they don't understand. But this," he gestured at where the cultist with the charm had been, "this suggests they have access to expertise, real expertise, from someone who knows exactly what they're doing." "A teacher," Stella said, "or teachers. The cult has always been structured in cells, small groups with limited knowledge, taking orders from higher ranks they never meet. I always assumed the leadership was just more experienced cultists. But what if it's something else? What if they have actual scholars working for them, or wizards who've turned to dark work?" "That would explain much," Gandalf said, "and make everything significantly more dangerous. We need to report this, get word to people who track these matters professionally. But first, we need to get clear of this area. The cult knows we're here, knows our route, will likely attempt additional ambushes if we follow obvious paths." "The river route is out," Aragorn said. "Too predictable. We'll need to go overland, rougher terrain, slower travel, but harder to predict an ambush." "Agreed." Gandalf helped Alfharin stand fully, keeping one hand on the wolf's back for support. "Can you walk, friend? We need to move." Alfharin took a few experimental steps, wobbly but functional. He looked up at Gandalf and gave a single small bark. Affirmation. He could walk. He could continue. "Stubborn," Gandalf said with fierce affection. "Absolutely stubborn." They left the cloister by different route than they'd entered, taking side passage that led away from the river and into rougher country. Behind them, cultists would be regrouping, treating wounded, reporting failure to whoever commanded them. The token Hadrian had given Gandalf felt heavier in his pocket now. They would need those scholarly allies, that network of people fighting against the cult's rise. This was bigger than 4 individuals could handle alone, but they would handle what they could. They would protect what needed protecting. They would stand between innocent people and the darkness seeking to exploit or destroy them. Because that's what you did when you were capable of standing. You stood. Even when tired, even when hurt, even when the odds were terrible and the enemy better organized than you'd hoped. You stood, and you protected those who couldn't protect themselves. They found shelter in an unexpected place, a hollow formed by the twisted roots of an enormous ancient oak, standing alone on a hillside perhaps 3 miles from the flooded Cloister. The tree was dead, had been for decades probably, but its root system remained structurally sound, creating cave-like space beneath the massive trunk that was dry, defensible, and large enough for their group. "This will do," Aragorn said after thorough inspection. "Good visibility, only one way in, and dead wood is dry enough for small fire without obvious smoke." Gandalf was still tending to Alfharin, who had walked the 3 miles without complaint but was clearly exhausted. The wolf settled immediately, lying down heavily with deep sigh speaking to bone-deep weariness. "He needs proper rest," Gandalf said, checking for injuries. "What that charm did left traces, like poison in spirit. It'll fade given time and rest, but we can't push him hard until it does." "How long?" Aragorn asked. "A day, maybe 2? He's very resilient, or the attack would have done permanent damage. But we're looking at reduced travel pace until he's fully recovered." "We don't have time for delay," Stella said apologetically. "If the cult is moving on the Bridge of Kings within the next moon cycle, and the bridge is weeks away." "I know," Gandalf interrupted gently, "but traveling with compromised companion is its own risk. If we push too hard and Alfharin suffers relapse, we could lose him entirely. That's not a trade I'm willing to make." Aragorn studied his rough map. "There might be an alternative. The main road is long route, follows valleys, safe for merchants. But there are old paths through highlands, rougher, less maintained, but potentially much faster. If we can manage harder hiking, we might cut a week off travel time." "Can we manage with Alfharin injured?" "Not immediately, but in 2 days if he recovers as expected, maybe. Highland paths are steep but not technically demanding, more endurance test, and fewer settlements means fewer opportunities for cult ambushes. Trade-off," Gandalf mused. "Rest now, harder terrain later, but faster overall. I can accept that calculus." Stella had been quiet since reaching the hollow. Now she spoke, voice tight. "We need to talk about the ambush, about how they knew where to find us." "I've been thinking about that," Aragorn said. "They couldn't have tracked us. I was checking constantly. But they were waiting at the Cloister, positioned specifically to ambush travelers from the temple." "So either they guessed correctly," Gandalf said, "or they had information, specific information about our plans, route, timing." Stella wrapped her arms around herself, struggling. "From the cultist we captured yesterday. Before the Warden took his memory, we questioned him. I thought he was just low-level operative. But what if I was wrong? What if even low-level members are given more complete intelligence than I ever had?" "You're suggesting your former cult kept you compartmentalized," Gandalf said. "Gave you limited information because they didn't fully trust your loyalty." "I'm suggesting I don't know how much I don't know about them. That charm, that sophisticated anti-spirit weapon, I never saw anything like that. Which means either they've acquired new capabilities, or they always had them and never showed me. Or you were always intended as expendable," Aragorn added grimly. "Given just enough to be useful, kept ignorant of anything important so if you were captured or defected you couldn't compromise critical operations." Stella's face went pale. "That would mean everything I've told you might be incomplete or deliberately misleading. I could have been leading you into traps without knowing it." "Stop," Gandalf said firmly. "We're not spiraling into paranoia. Yes, your information is incomplete, That was always understood. Yes, the cult is more capable than initially assessed. No, you haven't been deliberately leading us into danger. Your help has been genuine and valuable. How can you know that when I don't know what I don't know? Because trust isn't based on perfect information. It's based on observed behavior. You've had multiple opportunities to betray us. You haven't taken them. Instead, you've actively helped, put yourself at risk, struggled with guilt over your past. Those aren't behaviors of someone working against our interests. People can be used without knowing. True, but that's a risk in any alliance. We work with what we have, evaluate continuously. Right now, evidence says you're an ally. That could change, but I won't preemptively treat you as threat based on speculation. Aragorn spoke. The question isn't whether Stella is trustworthy. I agree she is. The question is what we do about cult having better intelligence than expected. We become less predictable, Gandalf said. The Highland route helps, fewer observers. But we also need tactical information security. Assume we're watched in populated areas. Avoid discussing plans where we might be overheard. Use misdirection when possible. Basic counterintelligence. Aragorn agreed. Stella, you'll need to learn. It's not complicated, but requires conscious awareness of who might be watching. I'll learn, Stella said, determination replacing despair. I got us into this by joining them. The least I can do is help get us out. You're not responsible for the cult's actions, Gandalf said. Only for your own, and your actions now are redemptive. Hold on to that. They settled for night, taking turns at watch. Only Alfharin truly rested, exhaustion deep enough to override discomfort. Gandalf spent his watch thinking about larger pattern, cults' increasing sophistication, access to advanced artifacts, ability to coordinate across distances. These weren't characteristics of grassroots movement. They suggested organization, funding, and most troubling, competent leadership. Someone was directing the cult, someone smart, capable, willing to play a long game. When Stella took her watch, Gandalf joined her rather than resting. "Can't sleep?" she asked. "Thinking too much. May I join you?" They sat in silence, watching stars between drifting clouds. Finally, Stella spoke. "When you made mistakes, supported causes that turned out less noble than you believed, was there a moment when you realized you were wrong? The realization is rarely dramatic, usually gradual, little inconsistencies accumulating until they can't be ignored. That's how it was for me. Not one revelation, just slow erosion of certainty. They said we were freeing unjustly imprisoned powers, but the more I learned, the more I realized those imprisonments were desperate efforts to prevent catastrophes. What made you finally leave? They brought in a prisoner, a scholar researching sites we were targeting. The leadership wanted information, details about seal site defenses. They were going to torture him, and everyone just accepted it, like basic human decency was obstacle to overcome. She continued, "I couldn't do it. I spoke up, said we should find another way. They looked at me like I was unreasonable, so I tried to free the prisoner, got caught, but in the chaos he escaped. I got away too, barely, been running ever since." "You did the right thing," Gandalf said. "The hard thing, which is usually right. It cost you, but you didn't compromise your humanity. That matters more than you realize." "Does it? At least with them, I had purpose. Now I'm just drifting, trying to undo damage I helped cause." Purpose and direction aren't inherently good. What matters is whether your purpose aligns with genuine good, reducing suffering, protecting innocence. By that measure, what you're doing now has more authentic purpose. I want to believe that. Then believe it. Keep evaluating, keep questioning, but don't let guilt paralyze you. We need your knowledge, yes, but also your conscience, your willingness to question. That's rarer than you'd think. Stella looked at him in starlight. You're not what I expected a wizard to be like. Gandalf smiled slightly. Power without connection to ordinary lives becomes abstract, easy to justify terrible choices. I try very hard not to become that kind of wizard. Dawn came gradually. Alfharin woke slowly, testing recovered strength. Still tired, but markedly better. Another day of rest? Aragorn asked. Yes, we use today to prepare, check equipment, plan route, scout to make sure we're not tracked. I'll do perimeter sweep, Aragorn offered. He left quietly. Stella and Gandalf used time to organize supplies and transcribe musical fragments from memory. Frustrating work, as music blurs with each recall. I can help, Stella offered. I had musical training as child. I can write notation if you can sing the melodies. They worked together for an hour, Gandalf humming fragments, Stella carefully transcribing. When finished, they had 2 partial songs. Laid out side by side, patterns became visible, recurring motifs, complementary structures meant to fit together somehow. Aragorn returned midday, expression serious. We have problem. Found cult observation post about mile south. 3 people, watching routes toward highlands. Did they see you? No, but they're positioned like they know we're planning to go that way. Then we consider alternative, Gandalf said. What if instead of avoiding them, we negotiate? Both stared at him. We approach openly under truce and talk. Find out what they want, whether there's any possibility of convincing them to stand down. That's insane, Aragorn said. They just tried to kill us yesterday. I want to try. We know cult members are often true believers. What if we can introduce doubt, make them question their leadership? It won't work, Stella said uncertainly. The indoctrination runs deep, but you eventually saw through it. If you could break free, others can too. Maybe not most, but some, and those some might be the difference. Aragorn was torn. Finally, if we do this, we do it carefully. Full defensive awareness, ready to disengage instantly. They prepared. Gandalf and Stella approaching with obvious non-aggression, Aragorn positioned with bow ready. We'd like to talk, Gandalf called from safe distance. No violence, just conversation. Will you hear us? The woman who'd led the Cloister ambush stood, wary. Why should we trust you? You shouldn't. But talking costs nothing. What's harm in hearing what we have to say? She considered. Come forward. But if this is trick, know we can call reinforcements. They approached, stopping 10 feet away. Up close, the 3 cultists looked exhausted, spiritually drained. Not hardened zealots, but people pushed to their limits. I'm Gandalf. This is Stella. The defector, the woman said neutrally. Your high-value target. Gandalf asked pointed questions about their knowledge of sealed entities, their leadership, their sources of sophisticated magic. The woman's answers revealed they operated on faith in unseen leaders with limited concrete information. So you're risking your lives on instructions from people you've never met, Gandalf said. Does that seem wise? The younger cultist objected about manipulation, but the woman looked troubled. After tense discussion, Stella shared her story of leaving the cult, of realizing she'd been used. Finally, the woman admitted, We can't help you. Even if we wanted to, we don't have that kind of information. Our cell operates with limited knowledge. Can you at least tell us about Bridge of Kings operation? We don't know specifics. We were just told to watch for you. Report. Delay if possible. Gandalf proposed. You report you saw us heading west. We'll actually go north. That buys time, reduces their intelligence accuracy, and you've fulfilled your assignment without getting killed. The woman stared. "You're asking us to lie to our leadership. I'm offering you a way to survive while technically fulfilling orders." The cultists conferred. The woman finally agreed. "We'll do it. We'll report west. But understand, this doesn't make us allies. This is temporary accommodation. Self-interest, not conversion." "I'll take it," Gandalf said. "Pragmatism has prevented more violence than purity ever has." They withdrew carefully, reuniting with Aragorn. "Did it work?" he asked. "Maybe." They agreed to report false information. Whether they'll actually do it remains to be seen. But we've introduced doubt. That's a start. They prepared to move north, toward highlands and ancient bridges, toward the next crisis. Behind them, 3 cultists sat with newly uncertain expressions, wondering if perhaps the defector and wizard had a point. Doubt was small and fragile, but sometimes it grew into hope. The highland route proved every bit as challenging as Aragorn had predicted, though in ways that weren't immediately obvious from initial approach. The first day's climb was steep but manageable, rocky terrain requiring attention to footing but not demanding technical climbing skills. They made good progress, putting significant distance between themselves and lowland areas where cult had concentrated surveillance efforts. But on the second day, as they pushed deeper into highlands, the landscape began changing in subtle, unsettling ways. It started with water. They'd been following a narrow stream upward, using it as natural guide toward higher passes Aragorn's memory suggested would cut through the mountain range. The stream behaved normally at first, flowing downhill as water should, tumbling over rocks, collecting in occasional pools before continuing descent. But then they reached a section where the stream seemed confused about direction. "That's not right," Aragorn said, stopping abruptly and staring at water ahead. "That's not possible." The stream was flowing upward, not trickling, not barely moving against gravity through capillary effect, actively flowing uphill with same vigor it had shown flowing down, water cascading up and over rocks as if down had suddenly become negotiable. Gandalf approached carefully, kneeling beside the impossible stream, extending one hand toward water without quite touching. "It's real, not illusion, not trick of perspective. The water is genuinely flowing upward." "How?" Stella asked, voice tight with anxiety that comes from witnessing natural law being casually violated. "We're close to Temple's influence," Gandalf said. "Not physically close. We're miles away. But the Temple's magic, or the magic it was built to contain, extends beyond physical boundaries. We're entering zone where memory and present reality overlap more than they should, where past's relationship with physical law bleeds through into present." "Is it dangerous?" Aragorn asked. "Almost certainly, though specific dangers may be unpredictable. The temple was designed to work with water, to use it as medium for storing and transmitting memory. But when that designed function starts affecting broader environment," he gestured at the upward-flowing stream. "You get phenomena like this, places where water remembers flowing in different direction, perhaps during some significant historical moment, and occasionally insists on flowing that way again, regardless of gravity." "Can we continue?" Stella asked. "We continue, but with extreme caution. Watch for other signs of reality distortion, places where sound behaves oddly, where light seems wrong, where your sense of direction feels unreliable. Those are indicators that boundaries between what is and what was have become thin." They proceeded more slowly now, each person hyper-aware of surroundings. Alfharin stayed close to Gandalf, his earlier injury making him more cautious than usual, though he'd recovered most of his strength. The wolf's senses remained more acute than humans, and several times he stopped and refused to proceed along particular path until Gandalf investigated and discovered subtle wrongness. Ground that looked solid but felt hollow. Shadow falling in wrong direction. Section of air inexplicably colder than surroundings. They reached a narrow defile between two rock faces as afternoon light began fading. The passage was perhaps 30 feet long, barely wide enough for single file, with sheer stone walls rising 20 feet on either side, and carved into those walls were stairs. Not normal stairs. These ran horizontally along walls, perpendicular to how stairs should be oriented. They climbed neither up nor down, but sideways, each step perfectly carved and worn smooth by what must have been countless feet over countless years. "The mirror stair," Aragorn said quietly, recognition in his voice. "I've heard of this place. Old ranger lore mentions it as landmark in Highlands, but stories said it was farther east, and that it was different." "Different how?" Gandalf asked. "Stories said it was vertical stairs that let you walk on walls like they were floors. But these aren't vertical. They're horizontal, running along walls that are vertical. The orientation is wrong, or the walls are wrong, or—" He trailed off, frustrated by impossibility of describing spatial relationships, refusing to make sense. Gandalf studied the stairs carefully. "It's another memory bleed. These stairs were vertical once, or they remember being vertical, which amounts to same thing in place where memory has this much power. The rock face remembers when these steps were climbed, when they served as proper ascending stairway. So it sometimes insists on being that way, even though current physical configuration is completely different." "Can we use them?" Stella asked. "Potentially, but the question is, use them to go where? If we step onto stairs that exist partially in memory and partially in present reality, where do we end up? In place the stairs currently lead, or in place they remember leading?" "Only one way to find out," Aragorn said, though his tone made clear he wasn't enthusiastic. "Actually, there's safer method," Gandalf said. He pulled a small stone from his pouch, nothing special, just granite piece picked up during travels, and carefully placed it on the first sideways step. The stone sat there normally for a moment, then it began sliding, not falling due to gravity, but moving horizontally along the step, as if being pulled by invisible force. It traversed entire step length, reached the end, and then, impossibly, continued on to next step, which was set perpendicular to first. They watched the stone navigate entire staircase, moving in directions having nothing to do with gravity or normal physics, until it disappeared around corner they couldn't see from current position. "Well," Gandalf said, "that was informative if not entirely reassuring. The stairs do function as stairs, just with completely different understanding of direction than we normally work with. Question is whether we trust them enough to follow." Before anyone could answer, they heard something from deeper in defile. Voices, not loud, not close, but definitely present and getting closer. Multiple people moving toward them from direction the stone had gone. "The cult?" Stella whispered. "Possibly, or other travelers, or something else entirely. We're in zone of distorted reality after all. Normal assumptions don't necessarily apply." Aragorn had already moved to defensive position, back against one wall where he could see anyone approaching while remaining partially concealed. Gandalf did likewise on opposite wall, staff ready, Alfharin pressed against his leg. The voices grew clearer, resolving into actual words, though language was strange. Old, archaic, dialect Gandalf recognized as predating current human kingdoms by at least 1,000 years. And then speakers came into view. They weren't contemporary humans, or rather, they were humans, but humans from centuries past, dressed in styles existing only in historical records. 5 figures, 3 men, 2 women, all wearing scholarly robes and carrying bundles of scrolls, deep in animated discussion about astronomical calculation. They were walking on horizontal stairs, as if those stairs were normal ground, their orientation perpendicular to Gandalf's group. From Scholar's perspective, they were walking on floor while Gandalf and companions were somehow standing on vertical wall. The scholars passed through defile without seeming to notice present-day travelers, still arguing astronomical points, and disappeared around far corner. Everyone stood frozen for a long moment after they'd gone. "That was," Stella finally said. "That was—" "Memory," Gandalf finished. "A recorded moment from Temple's more active period, when scholars regularly used these paths. We're seeing echo, particularly vivid one, solid enough to be visible and audible, but not actually present in our timeline." "They didn't see us," Aragorn observed. "No, because to them we don't exist yet. We're in their future, which they can't perceive any more than we can directly perceive our own future. The stairs exist in both time frames simultaneously. They remember when those scholars walked them, and occasionally replay that memory with enough vividness that it becomes temporarily visible to present observers." "This is deeply unsettling," Stella said. "Yes, and likely to get more so. Temple's influence is stronger here than I anticipated, which suggests we're approaching something significant. Another seal site, perhaps, or location where ancient scholars did particularly intense memory work." "Should we turn back?" Aragorn asked. "Find different route that doesn't take us through areas of temporal distortion?" "We could, but that would add days to journey, possibly weeks. And Cult knows we're trying to reach Bridge of Kings. If we delay too long, they'll complete their operation before we arrive. We need to accept some risk to maintain timeline." "Then we go forward," Aragorn said. "But carefully. Very, very carefully." They approached Mirror Stair, Gandalf leading this time, since his understanding of magical phenomena was their best defense against whatever strangeness they might encounter. He placed one foot on first horizontal step, and the world rotated. Not physically. His body didn't move, defile didn't spin, but his perception shifted violently, and suddenly stairs were beneath his feet like normal stairs, rising ahead in standard ascending pattern, while defile walls had become floor and ceiling. "Gandalf!" Aragorn's voice came from behind, sounding concerned. "Are you all right? Your orientation changed. You're standing perpendicular to us now." "I'm fine," Gandalf called back, though his stomach disagreed. "The stairs impose their own sense of direction when you step onto them. You'll experience same shift when you follow. Try not to fight it. Just accept new orientation and move carefully." Aragorn came next, and Gandalf watched from his shifted perspective as Ranger's entire body seemed to rotate 90 degrees the moment his foot touched Stair. Aragorn stumbled, caught himself, took several slow breaths while adjusting to new orientation. "That is extraordinarily unpleasant," he said. "Yes, but functional. Come on." Stella followed, handling transition slightly better, perhaps because she'd watched others and knew what to expect. Alfharin came last, Wolf's four-legged stance providing better stability during orientation shift than humans' bipedal posture. They climbed, or walked, since from their shifted perspective stairs were now horizontal, deeper into what had been defile but was now something else entirely. The rock faces that had been walls were now floor and ceiling, and a head passage opened into larger space. A chamber, circular, carved from living rock, with domed ceiling rising perhaps 40 feet above them, and covering every surface, walls, floor, ceiling, were names. Thousands of them, tens of thousands, carved, painted, etched, scratched into stone in every script and language imaginable. Some were neat and formal, others hasty and crude. Some were single names, others accompanied by dates, by brief inscriptions, by small symbols or decorations. "It's a memorial," Stella said softly. "Or registry. People recorded themselves here, left proof they'd existed, that they'd passed through this place." Gandalf moved to nearest wall, studying names more closely. "More than that, I think. Look at pattern. Names aren't random. They're organized by some principle, chronologically perhaps, or by category. This was deliberate system, not just casual graffiti. He found one name more elaborate than most, carved in elegant script, accompanied by full date and brief phrase in Old Tongue. He translated aloud, "Baron Artisan, scholar of Third Circle, walked these halls in year 1247 of Second Age. May memory preserve what time erodes." 1247 of Second Age, Aragorn repeated. "That's over 3,000 years ago. This chamber has been accumulating names for millennia." "And not just accumulating," Gandalf said, troubling realization forming. "Processing them. Look." He pointed to wall section where names had once been carved but were now smooth, stone-polished clean. These names were removed, not worn away by time, deliberately erased. "Why would anyone erase memorial names?" Stella asked. "Because this isn't just memorial. It's part of Temple's memory processing system. People didn't just record names here for posterity. They were creating record the Temple could access, could store in vast memory archives. And when Temple determined name was no longer needed, when person had been dead long enough that their memory had been fully processed and integrated, it erased them," Aragorn finished. "Deleted their names like clearing space in storage system. Essentially, yes, cold, efficient, absolutely terrifying from human perspective, but from Temple's functional viewpoint, entirely logical. They moved deeper into chamber and names became more recent, centuries rather than millennia old. Then they reached section where names were contemporary. Within last few years, certainly, some within last few months. People still use this place," Stella said, "still record themselves here. Why? Tradition, perhaps. Or belief that being recorded here offers some protection, some guarantee of being remembered. Or maybe they simply don't know what this chamber actually does. They see ancient names and think it's sacred memorial site without understanding mechanism behind it." Alfharin had been investigating chamber's perimeter and now stopped suddenly, attention focused on something near far wall. His hackles rose slightly, not full alarm but definite concern. Gandalf joined him and saw what had caught Wolf's attention. Fresh marks on floor. Not carved names, but scrape marks, scuff patterns, evidence of recent activity. And beside them, still visible in dust-coating parts of stone, footprints, multiple sets, all barefoot. "The cult was here," Aragorn said, crouching to examine tracks. "Recently, within last day or two." "Doing what?" Gandalf wondered. "Recording their names, researching chamber's function, or something else?" They found answer near one wall. Small pile of offerings, candles, crystals, herbs bound with thread, and clay bowl containing what looked like blood. Not large amount, but enough to suggest ritual significance. Stella's face had gone pale. "I recognize this pattern. It's memory-binding ritual. Cult uses it when they want to ensure something is remembered, or when they want to access someone else's memories without permission. The blood serves as sympathetic link." "Whose blood?" Aragorn asked. "Impossible to know without testing, but given they were here recently and we know they've been tracking us, it could be from one of us, perhaps taken during ambush at Cloister. A few drops would be enough for ritual." "So they've been attempting to access our memories?" Gandalf said. "Use this chamber's memory processing function to extract information directly from us, possibly, or to mark us in Temple's system, create records of us that Temple would process and store, which they could then access. It's invasive, violating, and if it worked, would give them access to our thoughts, plans, everything we know. Did it work? Aragorn asked. I don't know. I don't feel any different, but that doesn't mean much. Effect might be subtle. Gandalf? The wizard was quiet for a moment, doing some kind of internal assessment. No, I don't think it worked. I would sense if something had established connection to my mind, especially something this crude. The ritual they attempted is sophisticated in conception, but sloppy in execution. They have theory but lack precision to make it effective against conscious, defended mind. So we're safe from this specific attempt, Aragorn said. But they know about this place, know its function, are clearly trying to exploit it, which means we need to assume they have access to other memory-working sites in this region, possibly including Temple itself. Agreed. We need to move faster. Get through this area before they can set up more elaborate operations. Highland Route was supposed to be less watched, but if they've already been here, we can't count on that advantage. They prepared to continue, but as they moved toward Chamber's far exit, Stella suddenly stopped, staring at one wall section with expression of shock. What is it? Gandalf asked. She pointed with shaking hand at a name recently carved. Stella Moran, that's me, my full name. I never told anyone my family name. I dropped it when I joined Cult, haven't used it in years, but it's here, carved here with yesterday's date. The Cult carved it, Aragorn said. They must have records of your full identity from when you were member. No, Stella said, voice shaking. Look at carving, look at style, script. That's my handwriting. My exact style from when human perspective is absolutely horrifying. Ancient scholars who built this system understood magic and memory, but perhaps didn't fully appreciate existential terror of being read and recorded against your will. Alfharin was shaking, not from physical cold, but from stress, from spiritual discomfort of being analyzed and catalogued by something viewing him as information rather than living being. Gandalf spent several minutes simply sitting with Wolf, one hand on his neck, providing reassurance through their bond until shaking subsided. We can't go back through there, Aragorn said. If we need to return this way, we'll have to find alternate route. Agreed. And we need to warn others. That chamber is trap for anyone who doesn't understand its function. Cult certainly understands, which gives them advantage. They can use it to gather intelligence on anyone who passes through, building profiles, collecting vulnerabilities. Should we destroy it? Stella asked. Collapse chamber, break memory recording function? We don't have time or capability, Gandalf said. That chamber is integrated into Mountain itself. Destroying it would require magic on scale that would take days to prepare and might cause unpredictable side effects. And pragmatically, as dangerous as it is, it's also a record of 3,000 years of human history. Destroying that would be kind of cultural murder. So we leave it functional and dangerous, Aragorn said. We leave it with appropriate warnings passed to people who might be able to do something about it. But yes, for now we leave it. It's not our primary mission, and we can't solve every problem we encounter. They continued along Mountain Path as afternoon faded toward evening. The highlands stretched ahead, beautiful and treacherous, full of wonders and horrors in roughly equal measure. Behind them, in Chamber of Names, new entries shimmered into existence. Gandalf the Grey, walker of many roads, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, keeper of ancient ways, Stella Moran, seeker of redemption, Alfharin, wolf companion, unchanged and authentic. The temple recorded them all, filed them away in vast archives, and waited patiently for next travelers to pass through its memory-laden halls. They made camp that evening in hollow between rock formations, providing excellent shelter from wind and reasonable concealment from observation. No fire, too risky in territory where cult had recently operated, but they had provisions not requiring cooking and enough warm clothing to manage Highland chill. Sleep came fitfully for all of them. Stella especially struggled, plagued by dreams of name chamber, of seeing her identity written on stone walls, of feeling Temple's attention pressing against her mind like invisible fingers probing for access. She woke several times in night, gasping, only relaxing when she saw others nearby, solid and real and present. Morning came clear and cold, frost-coating rocks in delicate patterns that would burn away once sun rose fully. They ate spare breakfast, checked equipment, prepared to continue. "How much farther through influence zone?" Aragorn asked, studying terrain ahead. "Difficult to say," Gandalf replied. "Temple's effects extend in unpredictable ways, not necessarily diminishing steadily with distance, but fluctuating based on factors we don't fully understand. Could be another day's travel, could be 3. We'll know we're clear when reality distortions stop occurring." "Comforting," Aragorn muttered. They set out, following narrow trail winding between rock faces and across occasional snowfields persisting even in late spring at these elevations. The path was clear enough when visible, but sometimes disappeared entirely beneath snow or rockfall, requiring careful navigation. Around midday they reached section where trail ran along cliff edge, not dangerously narrow, but narrow enough that they needed single file with attention to footing. To their left, mountain rose sharply. To their right, drop of perhaps 500 feet to boulder-strewn slope below. Halfway across this exposed section, Alfharin suddenly stopped and began whining, urgent, distressed, unlike his normal controlled responses to danger. "What is it?" Gandalf asked, immediately alert. The wolf was staring at cliff face to their left. No, not at it, through it, as if seeing something beyond or within stone. Then rock face shimmered, like heat distortion on summer road, and suddenly they could see what Alfharin saw. A doorway. Where solid rock had been moments before, now carved archway stood, opening onto passage that led into mountain's interior. The passage was lit by that same phosphorescent glow they'd encountered in Temple proper, and from within came sound of running water and distant voices. "Another memory bleed," Aragorn said, "showing us something that existed here in past." "Perhaps," Gandalf said, but Alpharin's reaction suggests it's more than just visual echo. He senses something active, something present in more than just historical sense. As if responding to his words, figure emerged from doorway. Old woman dressed in archaic scholarly robes, carrying clay pitcher. She looked directly at them, not through them as scholars on Mirror Stair had done, but at them with clear awareness of their presence. "You're late," she said in accented but comprehensible modern tongue. "The others have been waiting. Come, Basin is nearly prepared." "I'm sorry," Gandalf said carefully, "but I think there's been mistake. We're not who you're expecting." The woman looked confused, then irritated. "Of course you are. You're observers from northern colleges, here to witness final calibration. Unless," she peered at them more closely, "unless you're not? But you must be someone standing here at threshold. Random travelers don't simply appear at sealed passages." "This passage is sealed?" Stella asked. "Of course. Has been for 3 centuries since Temple Complex was partially abandoned after flooding. Only those with proper authorization can see threshold, let alone pass through. So either you have authorization or something very strange is happening." "Something very strange is definitely happening," Gandalf said. "Tell me, what year do you think this is?" The woman stared as if he'd asked what color sky was. "The year, it's 1847 of Third Age. Why would you?" She stopped, expression shifting from irritation to dawning understanding. Oh no, not again. You're not observers from northern colleges. You're temporal spillover, aren't you? People from another time bleeding through because memory containment is failing. That would appear to be situation, Gandalf confirmed. From our perspective, we're in early Fourth Age, roughly 1,000 years in your future. This doorway appeared to us from solid rock. And from my perspective, you just materialized out of nowhere on what should be sealed external approach. The woman set down her pitcher carefully, as if needing both hands free to think. This is very bad. Containment is supposed to prevent exactly this kind of temporal interaction. If past and present are bleeding together this severely, it means Temple's core systems are degrading faster than predicted. Are you a memory yourself? Aragorn asked. Or are you actually present, physically here, just in different time? I'm physically here, or I was in 1847. I suppose from your perspective I'm long dead, which is philosophically unsettling but technically accurate. My name was Meriden, Senior Archivist of Temple Complex. If you're seeing me, hearing me, that means temporal boundaries have eroded enough to allow communication across timelines. Unprecedented and concerning. Can you tell us what's in this passage? Gandalf asked. We're trying to understand Temple's systems, specifically how they're being exploited by people in our time who want to break ancient seals. Meriden's expression became grave. Central Basin is through this passage, heart of entire memory processing system. It's where most important records are stored, where deepest memory work is performed. If people are trying to access it for seal breaking, she shook her head, they could do immense damage, not just to seals themselves, but to fabric of memory that holds recorded history together. Basin doesn't just store memories, it stabilizes them across time, prevents past from being rewritten or erased. What would happen if someone corrupted Basin? Stella asked. Best case? Loss of historical records. Centuries of knowledge simply ceasing to exist. Worst case? Retroactive timeline alteration. Changes to past rippling forward to reshape present. People who existed being erased from having ever existed. Events that happened becoming events that never happened. Reality itself becoming unstable and negotiable. That's horrifying, Aragorn said. Yes, which is why Basin is so carefully guarded and why access is so restricted. In my time, only fully vetted senior scholars are allowed near it, and even then, only under controlled conditions with multiple safeguards active. In our time, Gandalf said, Temple has been largely abandoned for centuries. Whatever safeguards existed have either failed or are operating without supervision, which means hostile actors could potentially reach Basin without facing meaningful resistance. Then you need to stop them, Meriden said urgently. Whatever it takes, whatever cost. Basin cannot fall into hostile hands. Consequences would be unimaginable. Can you show us? Gandalf asked. Show us Basin, explain how it works, what defenses remain? Meriden hesitated. Crossing temporal boundaries like this is dangerous for both participants. You could become unstuck in time, trapped in my era. I could be pulled into yours, separated from proper timeline. Temple's systems aren't designed to manage this kind of interaction. But can you do it? Gandalf pressed. Yes, it would violate every protocol and safety procedure I know, but given what you've told me about your time's situation, those protocols seem less important than preventing catastrophe. She gestured toward doorway. Come, but understand. Once you enter, you're committed. Passage only remains open for limited duration before temporal synchronization collapses. You'd need to complete investigation and exit before that happens, or risk being trapped in either my time or some undefined temporal space between. Gandalf looked at his companions. This is your decision as much as mine. We don't know how dangerous this will be. The cult is clearly interested in Basin, Stella said. If we don't understand it, we can't protect it. I say we risk it. Agreed, Aragorn said. Though I want it noted, I'm agreeing despite thinking this is recklessly dangerous and likely to end badly. So noted, Gandalf said. He looked down at Alfharin. You don't have to come. This is human magic, human problems. You could wait here. The wolf's response was immediate. He moved to stand directly between Gandalf and doorway, blocking path, making clear Gandalf wasn't going anywhere without him. Stubborn, Gandalf said affectionately. Very well. We all go. They followed Meriden through doorway, and transition was immediate and disorienting. One moment they were on mountain trail in early Fourth Age. Next, they were in corridor in late Third Age, with no sense of having traveled any physical distance. The corridor was in much better condition than any temple part they'd seen in their own time. Walls intact, floors clean, lighting systems fully functional. But it also felt wrong, like wearing clothes that didn't quite fit. Temporal displacement created constant low-level dissonance, sense of being in wrong place or wrong time or wrong reality entirely. How long do we have? Gandalf asked as they walked. Perhaps an hour, Meriden replied. Maybe less if temporal sync is particularly unstable. You'll feel it when limit approaches, increased disorientation, visual distortions, feeling of being pulled in multiple directions simultaneously. When that starts, you need to head back immediately. They descended through passage, moving deeper into mountain. Corridor branched occasionally, but Meriden led them confidently through maze, clearly intimately familiar with layout. Finally they reached heavy door, bronze-banded oak, sealed with complex locking mechanisms appearing to be both physical and magical. The inner sanctum, Meriden said. Beyond this is Central Basin. Under normal circumstances, I'd need 3 other senior archivists present to open these locks. But given circumstances... She gestured, speaking words in old tongue, and locks began disengaging with series of heavy clunks. Door swung open, revealing chamber that took everyone's breath away. It was massive, easily 200 feet in diameter, with domed ceiling rising perhaps 80 feet at apex. Walls were covered floor to ceiling with carved symbols, mathematical formulae, astronomical charts, and what appeared to be musical notation in various styles and traditions. But chamber's true wonder was its center. Basin perhaps 30 feet across, filled with liquid that glowed with internal light. Not water, something thicker, more viscous, that moved with strange currents and patterns suggesting intelligence or intentionality. Around Basin stood 12 pedestals, each holding large book bound in materials that looked like leather, but probably weren't. Books were open, pages somehow turning themselves slowly, text appearing and disappearing as if being written and erased by invisible hands. The memory processing core, Meriden said quietly. Basin collects and stores. Books transcribe and organize. Walls preserve and protect. Together they maintain historical record of everything happening within Temple's influence zone, which, at system's peak, extended for miles in every direction. Gandalf approached Basin carefully, studying without touching. Liquid surface showed images, brief flashes of scenes from across time. A coronation, a battle, a birth, a death. Thousands upon thousands of moments, all captured and stored, all available for review by those with knowledge to access them. This is extraordinary, he said, and terrifying. This system has recorded millions of individual memories, billions of moments, its complete historical archive of regions spanning centuries. Yes, Meriden confirmed, which is why it's so valuable and so dangerous if misused. Memories stored here aren't passive records. They're active, living, capable of being experienced as if you were present at original moment, which means they can be manipulated, altered, rewritten if someone knows how. And Cult wants this capability, Stella said. They want to access memories of original seal creating, learn how seals work, then use that knowledge to break them. Or rewrite them, Gandalf added. Change past so seals were never properly established, making them vulnerable to breaking in present. Temporal manipulation is ultimate infiltration technique. You don't have to overcome defenses if you can alter history so they were never built. Aragorn had been examining Chamber's perimeter and now called out, "Gandalf, you need to see this." He was standing by one pedestal, looking down at book it held. Pages were showing text in contemporary script, Fourth Age language, impossible in Third Age context. Gandalf joined him and read text appearing. Entry 4 files 847-293. Cult infiltration attempt detected. Multiple operatives attempting to access Central Basin through compromised authentication protocols. Defensive measures engaging. Probability of containment failure 23% and rising. The system knows, Gandalf breathed. In our time, it knows Cult is trying to breach it, and it's tracking attempt in real time. Which means we're seeing your present through my past, Meriden said, also reading text. Basin is showing me events from 1,000 years in my future. That should be impossible. System can't predict forward, only record backward. Unless, Stella said slowly, unless we've created closed loop. We're here in your past, observing Basin, which then records our observation and preserves it forward into our present, where Basin can reference its own historical record of our past observation of future events. Please stop, Aragorn said. My head hurts enough without trying to parse temporal paradoxes. Basin's surface began rippling more violently, images flashing faster, becoming harder to distinguish, and text was appearing on multiple book pedestals now, all showing similar warnings about containment failure and system degradation. Something's wrong, Meriden said. Basin is destabilizing. This shouldn't be happening, not this quickly, not without external interference. We're the interference, Gandalf realized. Our presence here, from wrong time, is disrupting system's temporal calibration. We're causing exactly the kind of paradox strain that degrades containment. As if confirming his words, Chamber began shaking. Not physically, but perceptually. Walls seemed to ripple, distances becoming uncertain, angles refusing to add up correctly. The dissonance of temporal displacement that had been low hum now crescendoed into something almost painful. We need to leave, Meriden said urgently. Now, synchronization is collapsing faster than I predicted. If you don't get back to your own time in next few minutes, a crack appeared in air itself, visible fracture in space-time, spreading from Basin outward like break in glass. Through crack, they could see other times. Chamber as it was centuries earlier, brand new and pristine. Chamber decades in future, partially flooded and abandoned. Chamber at multiple points simultaneously, all overlapping and bleeding together. "Run!" Meriden shouted. "Back the way you came. I'll try to stabilize sync long enough for you to reach threshold." They ran, Aragorn leading, Stella and Gandalf close behind. Alfharin keeping pace despite Wolf's exhaustion from past days' stresses. Behind them, Meriden stood at Basin's edge, speaking words of power, trying to hold together synchronization that was rapidly falling apart. The corridor stretched and compressed, distances becoming meaningless. Space that should have taken 5 minutes to traverse seemed to take hours or seconds, or both simultaneously. Time itself was breaking down, causality becoming optional. They burst through doorway onto mountain trail, and doorway vanished behind them. No shimmer, no gradual fading, just instant transition from present to absent as if it had never been there. Which, from perspective of their current timeline, it hadn't. They stood gasping on trail, back in their own time, back in proper linear causality. Did that actually happen? Stella asked. Or was it some kind of shared hallucination induced by temporal distortion? It happened, Gandalf said. I have information I didn't have before, understanding of Basin's function that I couldn't have gained any other way. Whether Meriden was real person, reaching across time to communicate with us, or sophisticated memory construct that temple created to facilitate our understanding, I'm honestly not sure. But experience was real enough, and knowledge gained is valid. What do we do with that knowledge? Aragorn asked. We use it to protect Basin in our own time. We now know what it does, how it works, what happens if it's corrupted. That understanding gives us options we didn't have before, and we know system is already detecting cults' infiltration attempts, which means it has some remaining defensive capability. We just need to support those defenses, reinforce them, keep cult from completing their breach. After we deal with Bridge of Kings situation, Stella reminded them. Yes, one catastrophe at a time, please. I can only manage multiple existential crises sequentially, not simultaneously. They continued a long trail, each person quietly processing extraordinary experience they'd just survived, crossing timelines, speaking with dead, or dead-to-be, depending on perspective, witnessing Heart of Temple's memory processing system. Behind them, in timeline 1,000 years removed, Meriden stood in central Basin chamber, watching text appear on book pedestals. Temporal contact successful. Warning delivered to future agents. Probability of containment improved to 76%. Recommended action. Continue monitoring. Maintain defensive protocols. Await further contact if possible. She smiled, tired but satisfied. She'd done what she could. The future would have to manage rest. And she prayed, to whatever powers might listen across time's vast span, that future was up to the task. Because if it wasn't, there might not be a past left to remember. The path continued to wind through increasingly strange terrain as they descended from the Chamber of Names. The rock itself seemed uncertain about its nature here, sometimes solid and ancient, sometimes shimmering with that same quality of half-remembered existence they'd encountered throughout the temple's influence zone. By late afternoon, they'd reached a section where the mountain opened into a natural amphitheater, a circular depression, perhaps 100 feet across with steep walls rising on all sides. At its center was a pool, not the artificial basins they'd seen in the temple proper, but a natural formation fed by underground spring, water so clear it appeared almost invisible until you noticed how it caught and refracted light. We should rest here, Aragorn said, examining the space. Defensible position, fresh water, and enough distance from that name chamber that I might actually sleep tonight. Stella nodded gratefully. The experience of seeing her name carved without her knowledge had shaken her more deeply than the physical danger at the Cloister. I need to wash, she said quietly. I feel like that place left something on me, in me. The pool should be safe enough, Gandalf said, though he studied it carefully with staff light. Natural water, fed by deep sources, untouched by the temple's memory-working systems. But stay close to the edge, and if anything feels wrong, get out immediately. While Stella moved to the pool's edge to splash water on her face and hands, Alfharin suddenly went rigid, his attention fixed on something across the amphitheater. The wolf's hackles rose fully this time, not warning but recognition of immediate threat. Company, Aragorn said quietly, hand moving to sword hilt. The temperature dropped precipitously. Breath misted in air that had been comfortably warm moments before. and the water in the pool began to behave strangely, not freezing, but becoming viscous, thick, moving in patterns that had nothing to do with wind or natural currents. Then it spoke, not rose from the pool as it had in the temple chamber, but spoke from within the water itself, voice layered with harmonics and echoes as if a dozen speakers talked simultaneously. You have traveled far through my domain, uninvited, unannounced, taking freely of knowledge that was never meant for casual discovery. The Echo Warden, but not manifested as humanoid figure, instead present as pure presence, attention focused on them with weight that was almost physical. Gandalf stepped forward, staff held carefully neutral, neither threatening nor submissive. We meant no disrespect. We seek to understand only what we must to prevent greater harm. The cult you encountered at the temple, they're part of larger operation. They're systematically gathering fragments of the binding songs, attempting to break seals that hold back catastrophic forces. I know what they attempt. I have watched their clumsy efforts for months now. They prod at systems they do not comprehend, speaking words they cannot properly pronounce, performing rituals they have memorized but not understood. Then you know how dangerous they are, Stella said, finding her voice despite obvious fear. Not because they're competent, but because they're incompetent. They're like children playing with fire in a powder magazine. The water rippled, almost as if the warden was laughing, though there was no humor in it. An apt metaphor, yes. They are dangerous precisely because they do not understand the danger, but you... The attention shifted fully to Gandalf. You understand. You have walked through time itself, spoken with echoes of those long dead, witnessed the heart of my systems. You know what is at stake. We do, Gandalf confirmed, which is why we're traveling to the Bridge of Kings. According to the information you shared, that's where the cult will strike next. We intend to prevent them. Intention is not capability. 4 travelers, 1 wounded, 1 untrained, 1 mortal warrior, and 1 aging wizard. Against a cult with resources, coordination, and most troublingly, sophisticated magical support they should not possess. We're aware the odds aren't favorable, Aragorn said dryly. We're working with what we have. What you have is insufficient. The blunt assessment hung in the air like a pronouncement of doom. Then the water began to glow, and images formed in its surface. Not memories this time, but something closer to divination or projection. They saw the Bridge of Kings, a massive stone span crossing a gorge so deep its bottom was lost in shadow. The bridge was ancient, predating any current human kingdom, its construction showing the same sophisticated understanding of architecture and magic they'd seen in the temple. And on the bridge, figures, robed cultists, yes, but also others. Armored warriors, officials in ceremonial dress, and at the center someone wearing a crown. Not just any crown, but one that glowed with its own internal light, clearly an artifact of significant power. The cult has found their king, the warden said. Or rather, they have found someone willing to play the role. The bridge's seal requires royal blood, royal authority. They believe this figurehead, this puppet wearing stolen crown, will suffice. Will it? Gandalf asked, studying the image intently. Perhaps. The seal was designed to respond to legitimate authority, to those who earned crowns rather than merely wearing them. But definitions of legitimacy have always been negotiable. If this puppet king believes himself legitimate, if he wears the crown with genuine conviction rather than cynical ambition, the seal might recognize him as valid. That's a disaster, Stella said. If they can break the bridge seal, if they can synchronize it with the others. The cascade you fear will begin. Yes, not immediate catastrophe, but the first domino falling. Others will follow in sequence, each failure weakening the next, until the entire system collapses. Then we need more than just the four of us, Aragorn said. We need allies, resources, support. Yes, which is why I have summoned you here. That stopped everyone. Summoned? Gandalf asked carefully. Did you think your path through my domain was random? That you stumbled into the mirror stair by chance, found the Chamber of Names by accident, crossed timelines to speak with Meriden through mere coincidence? The Warden's presence intensified, filling the amphitheater. I have been guiding you, testing you, showing you what you needed to see, teaching you what you needed to learn. Not because I care about your quest or your noble intentions, but because the cult's success would destroy me as surely as it would destroy the seals. You've been manipulating us, Aragorn said, hand tightening on sword hilt, though he knew the gesture was futile against this being. I have been educating you. There is a difference. Everything you experienced was real. Every danger was genuine. Every choice was yours to make. I merely arranged the circumstances so that useful learning would occur. Gandalf absorbed this, then slowly nodded. I suspected as much. The temple was too cooperative with our investigation, too willing to reveal its secrets. You wanted us to understand the stakes, to see what would be lost if the cult succeeds. Precisely. And now, having seen, having understood, you are ready for what I will offer you. The water in the pool began to rise, forming into more defined shape, not fully humanoid but closer than before. Roughly 8 feet tall, vaguely suggesting a robed figure, with suggestion of a face that was mostly just 2 points of brighter light where eyes might be. I cannot leave my domain. I am bound to the temple and its immediate surroundings by the same magics that give me existence, but I can extend my influence, temporarily, through an intermediary, through one who has been touched by my waters, who has drunk from my springs, who carries traces of my essence. The luminous gaze fixed on Stella. You, defector, you who once served the cult but now oppose them, you who understand their methods, because you learned them from within. You who feel guilt like a physical weight and seek redemption, you fear you can never achieve. Stella took an involuntary step back. What are you asking? To be my vessel, my voice beyond this place. I can grant you knowledge, complete understanding of the binding songs, their structure, their proper performance. I can grant you power, the ability to counter cult magic, to undo their workings, to stand as equal against their most skilled practitioners. I can grant you purpose, certainty that your actions matter, that your redemption is possible. At what cost? Gandalf asked sharply. Power always has cost, especially power from beings like you. Cost. The Warden seemed to consider. Yes, there would be cost. She would carry part of me within her, and I would carry part of her within me. A binding, a connection. She would sometimes see through my perspective, experience memories that are not hers, and I would experience the world through her limited mortal senses, feel emotions I have not felt in centuries. It would be uncomfortable, disorienting, possibly frightening, but it would not be corruption. I seek no domination, no theft of will, merely partnership, temporary alliance against common enemy. Stella looked to Gandalf, clearly seeking guidance. The wizard's expression was troubled, considering carefully. It's your choice, he said finally. I can't make it for you, but I can tell you this. The Warden isn't lying. I'd sense it if it were. But partnership with a being like this changes you. Even if it's temporary, even if it's entered willingly, you won't be quite the same person afterward. The question is whether what you'd gain is worth what you'd lose. What would I lose? Stella asked the warden directly. Isolation, the ability to be fully alone with your thoughts, some degree of privacy, as I would occasionally perceive your memories, your feelings, and perhaps some of your humanity, not in the sense of becoming evil, but in the sense of understanding perspectives that humans were not meant to understand. You would see as I see briefly, and that sight cannot be unseen. Alfharin, who had been watching this exchange with unusual intensity, suddenly moved to Stella's side. The wolf looked up at her, then deliberately pressed his body against her leg. The same gesture of support and grounding he'd given Gandalf after the spiritual attack at the Cloister. Stella's hand dropped to rest on Alpharin's head, drawing comfort from the solid, genuine presence of the wolf. "If I do this," she said slowly, "if I accept this partnership, it would help. It would genuinely improve our chances of stopping the cult at the bridge. It would transform you from liability into asset, from someone who requires protection into someone who can provide it, from defector carrying useless fragments of cult knowledge into expert who understands the entire system they seek to exploit." "That's not really an answer about improving our chances," Aragorn pointed out. "No, because chance is difficult to quantify, but yes, it would help significantly. The difference between probable failure and possible success." Stella was quiet for a long moment, her hand still resting on Alpharin's head, drawing strength from the wolf's steady presence. Finally, she looked up at the water figure. "I'll do it, not because I'm brave, but because I'm tired of being useless. Tired of watching from the sidelines while others risk themselves cleaning up messes I helped make. If this partnership can help stop the cult, help protect the seals, then whatever discomfort it causes me is acceptable." "You are certain, once begun, the connection cannot be easily severed. It would last until the immediate crisis is resolved, until the Bridge of Kings is secured, and the cult's current operation is disrupted." "I'm certain." "Then come, enter the pool. The binding requires full immersion, full acceptance. It will not hurt, but it will be strange. Trust the process. Trust yourself." Stella removed her outer cloak and boots, then stepped carefully into the pool. The water was surprisingly warm, almost body temperature, and as she waded deeper, it began to glow more brightly. When the water reached her waist, the warden spoke again. "Breathe deeply. On the third breath, submerge completely. Stay under until I tell you to surface." Stella took one breath, 2, 3. Then she ducked beneath the water's surface. For several heartbeats, nothing visible happened. Then the water began to churn, not violently, but with purposeful currents, and light intensified until the entire pool glowed like captured moonlight. Gandalf moved to the pool's edge, staff ready, clearly prepared to pull her out if something went wrong. Alfharin whined softly, anxiety radiating from the wolf in waves. Then the light faded, the churning stopped, and the warden's voice came one more time. "Surface." Stella burst up through the water, gasping, and immediately her companions could see the change. Her eyes, normally brown, now held faint silver luminescence, visible even in the fading afternoon light. And when she spoke, her voice had subtle echo to it, as if two people spoke in near-perfect unison. "I can see everything. The binding songs, all of them complete. The mathematical relationships between seal sites, the harmonic frequencies that stabilize the barriers. I understand it, all of it." She climbed from the pool, water streaming from her clothes, and that silver glow in her eyes intensified briefly. And I can feel the cult, their operations at the bridge. They're further along than we thought. We need to move, now. If we leave at dawn and push hard, we might reach the bridge before they complete their ritual. But it will be close. Gandalf studied her carefully. Are you in there, Stella? Is it still you? They smiled slightly. Yes, I'm still me, just more than I was. Less alone than I've been in years. The Warden is here. She touched her temple, but it's not controlling me. More like constant companion, advisor. We're separate, but connected. The binding is stable. The Warden's voice came from Stella's mouth, though the tone was different from her normal speech. She retains full autonomy. I am merely passenger, providing knowledge and capability as needed. Then Stella's normal voice returned. It's strange, really strange, but not painful, not violating, just different. Aragorn looked at Gandalf. Is this safe? Can we trust this? I think so, Gandalf said slowly. The Warden has been manipulating us, yes, but toward genuinely shared goals, and Stella seems to retain her own will, her own personality. This is risk, certainly, but potentially necessary one. He turned to Stella. How do you feel, truthfully? Overwhelmed, she admitted. But also, for the first time since leaving the cult, certain. I know what needs to be done. I know how to do it. That certainty is worth the strangeness. They made camp in the amphitheater that night, though none of them slept particularly well. Stella sat by the pool for hours, eyes glowing faintly in darkness, occasionally speaking in voices that weren't quite hers. The Warden explaining aspects of seal structure, teaching her the proper pronunciation of binding words, correcting her understanding of ritual mechanics. By dawn, she seemed more comfortable with the partnership, moving with new confidence that hadn't been present before. We should move, she said as they broke camp. The cult will begin their attempt at the bridge tomorrow at sunset. They're timing it with specific celestial alignment. We have perhaps 30 hours to reach the bridge and prepare our countermeasures. That's not much time, Aragorn said. No, Stella and Warden agreed, which is why we travel fast, rest little, and hope we're not too late. They set out at pace that would have been punishing before Alfharin's recovery, but the wolf had regained his strength and kept up easily. Stella moved with surprising endurance for someone who'd had limited physical training. Whether that was the Warden's influence or simply adrenaline, Gandalf wasn't certain. The highlands began their gradual descent as they traveled northeast, terrain becoming easier even as urgency increased. They were racing against time now, against celestial mechanics, against cult that had been planning this operation for months. Behind them, in the amphitheater's pool, water remained faintly luminescent, echo of the binding that had been performed there, mark of the bargain struck between mortal woman and ancient guardian. The Warden had entered the wider world, carried in a human vessel. Whether that would be enough to stop what was coming remained to be seen, but it was more than they'd had before, and sometimes that small advantage made all the difference. The descent from the highlands took 2 days of hard travel, pushing through terrain that alternated between rocky paths and dense forest. Stella and Warden, set a punishing pace, moving with certainty that suggested she could see the terrain in ways the others couldn't. There's a faster route, she'd say, pointing to gaps in undergrowth that revealed game trails or ancient paths. The temple's influence extended here once. I can feel the echoes of old roads, old ways. The land remembers. By the evening of the second day, they'd descended far enough that the air had warmed considerably, and the vegetation had shifted from highland scrub to lowland forest. According to Stella's knowledge, The Warden's knowledge. They were perhaps half a day's travel from the Bridge of Kings. They made camp in a ruined watchtower, one of several dotting this region from some long-forgotten border conflict. The tower's roof had collapsed centuries ago, but 3 walls remained standing, providing shelter and concealment. As they settled in, Stella suddenly went rigid, her silver glowing eyes widening. They're here. The cult. Not at the bridge yet, but close. They're moving through the old aqueduct system beneath the valley, using it as concealed approach route. Aqueduct system? Aragorn asked. I didn't know there was one in this region. Most people don't, Stella Warden replied. It's ancient, predating current settlements by centuries, built by the same civilization that constructed the bridge. Partially collapsed now, partially flooded, but still navigable for those who know the way. And the cult knows. They've been planning this for months. Can we intercept them? Gandalf asked. If they're still underground, still approaching, we might be able to disrupt their operation before they even reach the bridge. The silver glow in Stella's eyes intensified as they considered. Possibly. The aqueduct has multiple access points. If we can reach one ahead of them, we could enter the system and, yes, I see it now. There's a junction point, a place where 3 main channels converge. If they're traveling with the full ritual team and all their equipment, they'll have to pass through that junction. It's the only route large enough. How far? Aragorn asked, already checking his weapons. 2 miles northwest, but the access point is concealed, overgrown. Without the Warden's knowledge, you'd never find it. Then we go now, Gandalf decided. Under cover of darkness, if we can catch them in confined space, underground where they can't easily reinforce or retreat, we might be able to stop this before it even begins. They moved out within minutes, Stella leading with uncanny certainty through darkness that would have required torches for normal travelers. But they navigated as if the path was clearly lit, stepping surely over obstacles the others couldn't see until they were nearly upon them. Alfharin ranged slightly ahead, the wolf's natural night vision and acute senses providing early warning of any threats. But the forest was quiet, almost unnaturally so, as if the land itself was holding its breath. The access point, when they reached it, was exactly as described, a stone structure half buried in earth and overgrown with vines, looking like nothing more than ancient rubble, unless you knew what to look for. Stella Warden moved directly to specific section of wall and began pulling away vegetation, revealing carved symbols and, behind them, a narrow opening barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. This leads down to the aqueduct's maintenance level, she explained, her voice shifting between her normal tone and the Warden's resonant overlay. From there we can access the main channels, but it will be tight, dark, and potentially dangerous. The structure is old and not entirely stable. Better than letting them reach the bridge unopposed, Aragorn said, already moving toward the opening. They descended one at a time, Aragorn first, then Stella, then Gandalf with Alfharin beside him. The passage was indeed tight, smooth stone walls pressing close on both sides, steps carved directly into rock, descending at steep angle into absolute darkness. Gandalf provided light with his staff, though he kept it dim, enough to see by, not enough to be visible from far distances. The passage leveled out after perhaps 50 feet of descent, opening into a corridor that was significantly wider, roughly 6 feet across, with arch ceiling another 8 feet overhead. And there was water. Not flooding, but a steady, ankle-deep flow running along the corridor's length, moving slowly in direction that Stella Warden indicated led toward the junction point. The aqueduct still functions after a fashion, she explained, fed by underground springs and seasonal runoff. The cult will be traveling against the current, which will slow them somewhat. We travel with it, which gives us speed advantage. They moved quickly but carefully through the aqueduct, the water making each step require attention to avoid slipping on algae-covered stone. The walls showed signs of ancient construction, precisely fitted blocks, decorative columns at regular intervals, carved reliefs worn almost smooth by centuries, but still hinting at scenes of water and harvest and celebration. After perhaps 20 minutes, Stella Warden held up a hand, stopping the group. "Close now. The junction is just ahead, around that bend, and I can hear them. Multiple voices, movement of equipment. They're approaching from the southern channel." "How many?" Aragorn whispered. She closed her eyes and the silver glow intensified. "At least a dozen. Possibly more. I sense complications. There are cultists, yes, but also others. Hired guards, perhaps, or true believers who've been recruited from outside the core organization. The group is larger and better equipped than what we encountered at the temple." "And their puppet king?" Gandalf asked. "The one with the crown? Is he with them?" "No. He'll be brought to the bridge separately, under heavy guard. What we're facing here is the advance team, ritual specialists who'll prepare the site, set up the ceremony's infrastructure. If we can disrupt them, destroy their equipment, it might delay the operation long enough for us to bring in additional support. Or it might just make them more cautious," Aragorn pointed out. "Force them to change tactics." "Risk we have to take," Gandalf decided. "Better to act now with less than perfect information than to wait and let them proceed unopposed. Stella, can you counter their magic? If they have ritual specialists, they'll have defensive spells, possibly offensive capabilities as well." "I can," she confirmed, and there was new confidence in her voice, not arrogance, but certainty. "The Warden knows their methods, their limitations. I can unweave their workings, turn their power back on itself. I won't be liability. I'll be asset, like the Warden promised." They continued forward more cautiously now, each step deliberately quiet despite the water. The corridor curved gently, and light became visible ahead, not bright, but the warm flicker of torches or lanterns. The junction was a circular chamber perhaps 30 feet across, with 3 large archways marking where the aqueduct channels converged. The ceiling was domed, decorated with faded mosaics showing aquatic scenes, and in the center of the chamber, elevated slightly above the water on a stone platform, the cult had set up temporary camp. Supplies were stacked neatly, crates, bundles, ceremonial equipment wrapped in oiled cloth. A dozen figures moved about the space with efficient purpose, setting up sleeping areas, conducting inventory, discussing plans in low voices. Most wore the cult's typical robes, but as Stella had indicated, several were dressed differently. Armor, mercenary garb, the practical gear of hired swords, and in the center of the activity, directing operations with quiet authority, was a figure Gandalf recognized with a chill. Hadrian, the scholar they'd met at the temple, who'd given them the token, who'd claimed to represent a collective working against the cult. "He played us," Aragorn breathed, voice tight with controlled anger. "The meeting at the temple, the offer of help, it was all manipulation. He was gathering intelligence about us, about what we knew, about where we were going." "Yes," Stella Warden confirmed. "I can see it now through the Warden's perspective. He carries cult marks, hidden but present. He's not a hired scholar. He's part of their leadership structure, probably the one coordinating this entire operation." Gandalf felt a cold fury settle over him, not the hot rage that led to reckless action, but the calculated anger of someone who'd been professionally deceived. "Then he knows we're likely coming. He knows we discovered the Bridge of Kings as the next target. This could be a trap. Does it matter?" Aragorn asked. "We can't let them proceed regardless." Before Gandalf could respond, Hadrian spoke, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "You can come out now. I know you're there. I've known for the last 5 minutes. Your wolf's breathing, Gandalf, distinctive sound. And the way light reflects off water changes when people are standing in the corridor upstream. Subtle, but noticeable if you're watching for it." For a moment, no one moved. Then Gandalf stepped into the junction chamber, staff held ready, the others following close behind. Hadrian smiled, though there was no warmth in it. "Gandalf, Stella, Aragorn, and the remarkable Alfharin. I was wondering when you'd catch up, though I admit I expected you later. You made better time through the highlands than my projections suggested." "You lied to us," Stella said, her voice layered with the Warden's resonance. "At the temple, you claimed to be working against the cult. I claim to be documenting ancient sites," Hadrian corrected. "Which is true. I never said my intentions for that documentation aligned with your goals. You made assumptions, useful ones, from my perspective, and I simply didn't correct them." "Why?" Gandalf asked. "Why this elaborate deception? You could have simply had your people kill us at the temple, taken what we knew by force." "Because I needed to know what you didn't know you knew," Hadrian replied, gesturing for his people to maintain positions but not yet attack. "You've been investigating the seal sites, gathering fragments of information. I needed to understand what you'd discovered, what conclusions you'd drawn, what you might do next. Killing you would have ended that information flow. Pretending to be ally kept it open long enough for me to learn what I needed." "And what did you learn?" Aragorn asked, hand on sword hilt but not yet drawing. "That you're more dangerous than I initially assessed," Hadrian admitted. "That you understand the seal structure better than any outsider should. That you've made contact with the Echo Warden itself and survived. And, most interesting," his gaze fixed on Stella, noting the silver glow in her eyes, "that you formed some kind of partnership with it. Remarkable. I didn't think the Warden was capable of such bonds." "It's capable of many things you don't understand," Stella Warden said, "including protecting its interests, which align with stopping you." "Perhaps, but you're 4 people against a dozen, in confined space where your numbers advantage from open terrain doesn't apply, and I have resources you haven't encountered yet." Hadrian raised one hand, speaking a word in the cult's cant, and the water in the chamber responded, not dramatically, not with the Warden's controlled power, but with crude, forceful magic. It surged upward, forming barriers between the cultists and Gandalf's group, creating walls of swirling water that would make direct attack difficult. But Stella Warden responded immediately. Her hands moved in precise patterns, her voice speaking words that sounded like water flowing backwards, and Hadrian's water walls destabilized, collapsing back to ankle depth. "You can copy techniques," she said, "but you don't understand principles. You're speaking words without comprehension. The Warden knows the language you're butchering. I know it now, too." Hadrian's smile faded. "Then this will be more interesting than I anticipated. Very well, Plan B." He gestured sharply, and his hired guards surged forward, weapons drawn. Not a coordinated strategic assault, but simple, overwhelming force. Throw enough bodies at the problem and some will get through. Aragorn met the first 2 attackers, his sword moving in economical patterns that spoke to decades of combat experience. He didn't try to kill, disarming, disabling, using the confined space to limit how many could engage him simultaneously. Gandalf's staff became a blur of defensive motion, blocking strikes while speaking words of power that sent attackers stumbling backward, confused or temporarily blinded, or simply too exhausted to continue fighting. Alfharin fought with savage efficiency, using his mass and speed to knock opponents off balance, his jaws catching weapons and wrenching them from hands, always positioning himself to protect Gandalf's vulnerable sides. And Stella Warden stood at the center, hands moving in constant patterns, voice speaking continuous counter-magic. When a cultist tried to freeze the water beneath their feet, she unraveled the spell before it could complete. When another attempted to collapse the tunnel ceiling, she redirected the force harmlessly into walls. But the space was too confined, the numbers too uneven. Despite their skill, despite Stella's new capabilities, they were being slowly pushed back, forced toward the corridor they'd entered through. Then one of Hadrian's cultists made a critical mistake. Attempting to hit Alfharin with a club, he overextended, lost his balance in the ankle-deep water, and fell backward into one of the supply crates. The crate shattered, and its contents spilled out. Small ceramic vessels carefully wrapped, each labeled with symbols in the cult's cant. Stella Warden saw them and her eyes widened. Those are resonance bombs, magical grenades designed to disrupt seal structures. They're unstable. Any significant impact could trigger them. "How big is the blast?" Aragorn asked, parrying another attack. "Big enough to collapse this entire junction. We'd all be buried alive." Hadrian had noticed the broken crate as well, and his expression had gone from confident to concerned. "Fall back," he ordered his people. "Carefully! Don't disturb those vessels!" But in the chaos of combat, with poor lighting and people fighting in ankle-deep water, careful movement was nearly impossible. Someone, Gandalf never saw who, stumbled against another crate which tipped, which struck a third crate, and suddenly there were resonance bombs scattering across the wet stone floor, rolling in unpredictable directions. "Out!" Gandalf shouted. "Everyone out now!" Cultists and defenders both broke combat, scrambling for the corridor exits. Gandalf grabbed Stella's arm, pulling her toward their entry corridor. Aragorn was already there, and Alfharin bounded ahead, leading the way. Behind them they heard Hadrian shouting orders. "Leave the equipment. Just go." They ran through the aqueduct corridor, water splashing, the sound of their flight echoing from stone walls. Behind them, a deep thrum began, low, sustained, the resonance bombs beginning their unstable harmonics. "How long do we have?" Aragorn shouted. "Unknown," Stella Warden called back. "The bombs are designed to be stable until deliberately activated, but if they're damaged, if the containment is compromised, could be seconds, could be minutes." They reached the maintenance access shaft and started climbing, scrambling up the steep stone stairs. The thrumming sound grew louder, more insistent, beginning to physically shake the stone around them. Gandalf emerged into night air first, then pulled Stella up, then Aragorn. Alfharin leaped from the opening with powerful spring, landing on forest floor and immediately putting distance between himself and the aqueduct entrance. They'd barely gotten 30 feet away when the world convulsed. Not an explosion in the conventional sense, more like reality hiccuped, stuttered, briefly forgot how it was supposed to work. The ground rippled like water. Trees swayed though there was no wind, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with visible distortion. Then came the collapse. The aqueduct entrance imploded, stone sinking into sudden void, followed by a section of forest floor as the underground structure gave way. The sound was immense, grinding, crashing, the ancient construction finally surrendering to age and violence. When the dust settled, when the earth stopped shifting, a crater perhaps 40 feet across marked where the junction chamber had been. Nothing living could have survived down there. The entire section had collapsed, burying equipment, supplies, and anyone who hadn't escaped in time. They stood at the crater's edge, breathing hard, assessing damage. "Did Hadrian make it out?" Stella asked. "I don't know," Aragorn said. I saw several of them running for the North Channel exit, but whether they escaped before the collapse, he made it, Gandalf said grimly. I saw him. He was moving faster than his people, didn't look back to check if they were following. Survival instinct of someone who values his own life more than his followers. So we stopped their advance team, Stella said. Destroyed their equipment, probably killed or scattered half their operation personnel. But their leadership survived, and they still have their puppet king. They can still attempt the bridge ritual. Yes, Gandalf confirmed. But now they're scrambling, improvising, operating without the resources they'd spent months accumulating. That's not victory, but it's not defeat either. We've bought time, created chaos in their plans. Now we use that chaos. How? Aragorn asked. We get to the bridge before they can regroup. We set up our own defenses, prepare countermeasures, and when they come, and they will come, because they're committed now, because turning back would mean admitting months of preparation were wasted. We'll be ready. Stella Warden nodded, the silver glow in her eyes reflecting starlight. The Warden agrees. The path forward is clear. We reach the bridge by dawn. We fortify. We prepare. And when the cult comes to break the seal, we'll be there to stop them. They turned away from the crater, from the buried equipment and possibly buried people, and began moving northeast through the forest. Behind them, deep in the collapsed aqueduct, something shifted. Stone scraped against stone, and a voice, faint but determined, spoke into the darkness. This isn't over, not nearly over. Hadrian, trapped but alive, already planning his next move. The race to the Bridge of Kings had begun in earnest, and the outcome remained desperately uncertain. Dawn found them on a high ridge overlooking the valley where the Bridge of Kings spanned its ancient crossing. The sight was breathtaking even in the gray pre-sunrise light. A massive stone bridge, easily 300 feet long, arching gracefully over a gorge so deep its bottom was lost in shadow and morning mist. The construction was clearly ancient, weathered but solid, showing the same sophisticated architectural understanding they'd seen in the temple complex, and carved into the bridge's central pillar, visible even from this distance, was the symbol the Echo Warden had shown them, a crown intertwined with an iron hammer, emblems of authority and craftsmanship combined. It's beautiful, Stella said quietly, her voice still carrying that dual-tone quality from the Warden's presence. And terrible. Beautiful because it represents what people can accomplish when they work together toward shared purpose. Terrible because of what it guards, what would be released if the seal fails. What exactly is sealed here? Aragorn asked, studying the bridge through the growing light. The Warden showed us the location, explained how the cult plans to break it, but never said what specifically is contained. Stella Warden was quiet for a moment, silver eyes distant, clearly accessing knowledge held deeper than conscious thought. When she spoke, both voices were present, hers and the Warden's, speaking in perfect unison. Not a creature, not an entity, something older, something that exists between thought and reality. The ancient text called it the unmaking, a force that doesn't destroy matter, but rather unmakes the decisions that brought that matter into its current form. If released, it would ripple backward through causality, undoing choices, erasing consequences, until civilization itself became uncertain, not destroyed, just rendered into a state of never having cohered in the first place. That's, Aragorn struggled for words, that's worse than any monster. You can kill a monster, you can't fight a force that attacks history itself. Which is precisely why the seal must hold, Gandalf said, and why the cult's attempt to break it is so catastrophically dangerous. They think they're liberating imprisoned power they can bargain with or control. They don't understand they're trying to release something that would erase them along with everything else. Do they know? Stella asked, her own voice emerging more distinctly from the Warden's overlay. Does their leadership, does Hadrian, actually understand what he's trying to unleash? Or is he as ignorant as the low-level cultists? I don't know, Gandalf admitted. I want to believe he's simply misguided, operating on incomplete information. But I've lived too long and seen too much to assume ignorance when malice or ambition might be the real motivation. Some people genuinely believe they can control forces beyond their comprehension. Others simply don't care what happens as long as they achieve their immediate goals. They began their descent toward the bridge, moving carefully down the steep ridge face. Alfharin ranged ahead, nose to the ground, occasionally stopping to test the air. The wolf had been unusually quiet since the aqueduct collapse, and Gandalf could sense through their bond that something was troubling him. Not immediate danger, but a deeper unease. "What is it, friend?" Gandalf asked when they paused at a switchback. The wolf looked up at him, then deliberately toward the bridge, and whined, a sound of concern, of warning, but also of resignation. Whatever Alfharin sensed about the bridge, about what they were walking into, he knew they had to continue regardless. "I know," Gandalf said quietly, kneeling to rest a hand on the wolf's head. "I know it feels wrong. The seals were designed to feel wrong, to repel instinctively, to make living things want to stay away. It's a defense mechanism, but we walk into wrongness anyway, because someone must." By the time they reached the valley floor, the sun had risen fully, burning off the morning mist and revealing more details of the bridge and its surroundings. The approach from their side was relatively clear, a paved road, ancient but still serviceable, leading directly to the bridge's southern end. On the far side, they could see ruins of what had once been a substantial settlement, guard towers, administrative buildings, perhaps even a small fortress. All long abandoned now, reclaimed by vegetation, but hinting at a time when this crossing had been important enough to warrant permanent military presence. "They'll come from the north side," Stella Warden said, pointing toward the ruins. "The cult has been using those structures as staging area. The Puppet King will be brought there, prepared with the ritual components, then led onto the bridge at the appointed time. We have perhaps 10 hours before sunset, before the celestial alignment they're waiting for. 10 hours to prepare defenses against an enemy with unknown numbers and capabilities," Aragorn said. "I've faced worse odds, but not by much." "Then we'd best start," Gandalf said, striding forward onto the bridge itself. The moment his foot touched the ancient stone, something changed. Not dramatically, no flash of light or surge of power, but subtly, like stepping from one room into another and feeling the change in air pressure and acoustics. The bridge was awake, aware, paying attention to their presence. And it was testing them. Images flickered at the edges of vision, not quite hallucinations, more like memories that weren't theirs. A king in ancient armor, standing at this very spot, speaking words of binding, scholars in robes, hands linked in circle, singing harmonies that made the stone itself resonate, warriors in formation, holding position against something that couldn't quite be seen, but whose wrongness was palpable even in memory. "The bridge remembers," Stella Warden said. "The original sealing was performed here, not just in this location, but woven directly into the structure. The bridge isn't just built over the seal, it is part of the seal. Breaking it would require either destroying the bridge entirely or corrupting the authority by which it was created. And the cult plans to corrupt that authority," Gandalf concluded, "using their puppet king, their false crown, their twisted understanding of the binding songs. They'll try to convince the bridge that its original purpose has been revoked, that the seal should be opened by proper authority. Can they succeed? Aragorn asked. Possibly, Stella Warden admitted. The magic isn't purely technical. It responds to belief, to conviction. If their puppet king truly believes he has legitimate authority, if he performs the ritual with genuine conviction rather than cynical manipulation, the bridge might accept his claim. Then we need to either prevent the ritual from being performed, Gandalf said, or we need to counter it with our own assertion of authority, which is problematic, since none of us are kings or have any legitimate claim to royal bloodline. No, Stella Warden said slowly, silver eyes focusing on Aragorn with sudden intensity. Not none of us. Aragorn went very still. Don't. You carry the blood, she continued, the Warden's knowledge surfacing. Not directly. The line is complicated, interrupted, denied for generations, but the blood is there nonetheless. The bridge recognizes it, faint but present. You have as much legitimate claim as their puppet, perhaps more if yours comes from genuine descent rather than stolen regalia. I am not a king, Aragorn said flatly. I am a ranger. I have no throne, no kingdom, no desire for either. Whatever blood I carry is irrelevant to who I am. Perhaps, Gandalf said carefully, but relevant to what the bridge perceives. Stella is right. I can see it now, too, now that she's pointed it out. You carry royal bloodline, however distant. The bridge senses it, which means you could, potentially, assert counterclaim to their puppet's authority. I don't know the binding songs, Aragorn protested. I don't know the rituals, the proper forms. I do, Stella Warden interrupted. The Warden has given me complete knowledge of the original sealing. I can teach you, not everything, not in 10 hours, but enough. Enough to speak with proper authority, to assert your claim as legitimate guardian rather than false usurper. Aragorn looked at Gandalf, clearly seeking guidance or perhaps permission to refuse. The wizard met his gaze steadily. It's your choice, Gandalf said. Always your choice. But I'll tell you this. You've spent your life running from the heritage you carry, denying it, trying to be anything except what your blood suggests you should be. And that's valid. Identity should be chosen, not imposed by movement on the bridge's northern side. Figures emerging from the ruins, cultists in robes, guards in armor, and at the center, a figure wearing a crown that glowed with internal light. The Puppet King had arrived. Positions, Gandalf said quietly. They'd prepared as well as they could in the time available. Gandalf stood at the bridge's southern end, staff planted, ready to counter any magical assault. Stella Warden positioned herself slightly forward, hands already moving in preparatory patterns. Aragorn stood at the bridge's center, at the exact point where the seal was strongest, where royal authority could be most clearly asserted, and Alfharin remained at Aragorn's side, loyal guardian, ready to defend even against threats beyond normal comprehension. The cultists began their procession, chanting low and rhythmic. Hadrian was among them. Gandalf could see him now, somehow escaped from the collapsed aqueduct, bloodied but unbowed, leading his people with grim determination. The Puppet King walked in the center of the formation, crown glowing brighter as they approached the bridge's midpoint. He was young, perhaps 25, with the bearing of someone who'd been told repeatedly he was special, chosen, destined. Whether he believed it through genuine conviction or desperate self-delusion, Gandalf couldn't tell from this distance. They stopped perhaps 50 feet from where Aragorn stood. Hadrian stepped forward, speaking with theatrical formality. We come in authority of true kingship, to revoke unjust binding, to release what was wrongfully imprisoned. This seal was placed without consent of those it affects. maintained through secrecy and deception. We demand its dissolution." Before Aragorn could respond, the Puppet King spoke, voice resonant with conviction. "I am Eldric, son of Eldwin, descended from the High Kings of the Second Age. I claim authority of royal blood and royal right. I demand this seal acknowledge my sovereignty and yield to my command," the bridge responded. Stone began to glow faintly, ancient magic stirring, testing the claim. The crown on Eldric's head blazed brighter, and for a moment it seemed the bridge might actually accept him. Then Aragorn spoke. Not loudly, he didn't need to. His voice carried not through volume but through weight, through certainty that surprised even himself. "I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, descended through unbroken line from kings who ruled when your supposed ancestors were barely chieftains. I claim authority not of crown stolen or borrowed, but of blood earned through generations of service, of protection, of choosing duty over comfort. This seal was placed by oath, maintained by sacrifice. I honor that oath, I affirm that sacrifice, and I say, the seal holds." The bridge's glow shifted, changing from uncertain flickering to steady, strong radiance. And in that radiance 2 figures became visible, not physical, but present nonetheless. Aragorn, standing at the center, blood recognized and acknowledged, and behind him, like shadow or memory, the figure of the ancient king who had first created the seal, approving the descendant who now upheld his work. Eldric staggered as if struck, the crown on his head dimming, its power suddenly uncertain. No, I was promised. They said the crown would—" "The crown is a tool," Stella Warden's layered voice rang out. "Authority doesn't come from objects. It comes from acceptance of responsibility. You wear stolen regalia and claim rights you haven't earned. He bears blood tempered by sacrifice and claims nothing except the duty to protect." The bridge recognizes the difference. Hadrian's expression had gone from confident to desperate. "This isn't over. We have contingencies, backup plans." "You have nothing," Gandalf said, stepping forward, staff glowing with power. "Your advance team is destroyed. Your equipment is buried. Your puppet king is revealed as fraud. You've failed, Hadrian. Accept it with grace or accept it with force. But accept it regardless." For a moment, everything hung in balance. The cult had numbers, had weapons, could potentially try to force the issue through sheer violence. Then Eldric, the Puppet King, did something unexpected. He reached up, removed the crown, and held it out toward Aragorn. "I was lied to," he said, voice breaking. "They told me I was chosen, that I had legitimate claim, that the crown proved my right. But it was all false, wasn't it? I'm nobody, just a fool who wanted to believe he mattered." "You matter," Aragorn said quietly, "but not because of that crown, not because of any claim to authority you didn't earn. You matter because you chose to recognize truth when confronted with it, because you're willing to admit being wrong. That takes more courage than most kings ever show." Eldric dropped the crown, which clattered on the stone and rolled away, its light fading. "What do I do now?" "Go home," Aragorn said. "Live your life. Be grateful you learned this lesson before it cost more than your pride." The young man nodded, tears streaming down his face, and turned to walk away from the bridge, away from the cult, away from false destiny. Hadrian watched him go with expression of pure fury, then turned that fury on Gandalf's group. "You've won today, but this isn't the only seal, isn't the only sight. We will find another way. We will—" "You will fail," the Warden's voice came through Stella, powerful and absolute. "Because I am awake now, because I am no longer merely passive guardian, but active protector. Through this vessel," she indicated herself, "I can reach beyond my domain, can counter your operations, can warn those who need warning. You are no longer operating in shadow. You are exposed, and that makes you powerless. Hadrian stared at Stella, truly seeing for the first time the silver glow in her eyes, understanding what it meant. His face went pale. "Fall back," he ordered his people. "Strategic withdrawal. We regroup, reassess, find another approach." The cultists retreated, carrying their wounded, leaving behind the discarded crown and their shattered confidence. Within minutes, the bridge was empty except for Gandalf's group. The seal had held. The unmaking remained bound. For now. Aragorn stood at the bridge's center, feeling the weight of what he'd accepted, the responsibility, the binding, the obligation that would follow him until he found way to transfer it or until he died. His face was unreadable, but Gandalf knew the ranger well enough to recognize the cost behind the stoic mask. "How long?" Aragorn asked quietly. "How long am I bound?" "Until another legitimate heir accepts the responsibility," Stella Warden replied. "Or until the seals are either permanently secured or completely destroyed, making guardianship irrelevant. So, potentially forever." "Potentially. I'm sorry. The Warden is sorry, but there was no other way." Aragorn nodded slowly, then looked at Gandalf. "You knew. Before we came here, you knew what this would cost." "I suspected," Gandalf admitted. "Not with certainty, but yes. I suspected that stopping the cult would require someone with royal blood to accept the burden, and you were the only one who qualified. You could have told me." "Would you have come if I had?" Aragorn was quiet for a long moment. "Yes, I would have, because it was necessary, but I would have resented you for it. And now? Now I resent you and myself in equal measure, but the seal holds. That matters more than my comfort." They stood together on the ancient bridge as night fell fully, stars emerging in the clear sky, the gorge below them invisible in darkness. The crisis was resolved, the cult was scattered, the unmaking remained safely bound, but the cost had been paid in a currency that couldn't be recovered: freedom, possibility, the right to define oneself without reference to heritage or obligation. Aragorn had spent his life rejecting kingship, and in one desperate moment he'd accepted it. Not the privilege or power, but the responsibility. That was the weight he'd carry forward. That was the price of victory. The night on the Bridge of Kings was long and strange. None of them slept properly. Gandalf took first watch, then Aragorn, then Stella, though watch was somewhat superfluous, given how alert they all remained. The bridge itself seemed to hum with renewed energy now that the seal had been reaffirmed. A low vibration felt more than heard, like standing near a massive bell that had been rung hours ago and still retained the ghost of its tone. Alfharin paced restlessly, occasionally stopping at the bridge's railing to stare down into the darkness of the gorge, whining softly at something only he could sense. The unmaking was there, far below, safely bound but present, pressing against the seal with the patient, inexorable pressure of water against a dam. "It never stops," Stella said during her watch, sitting beside Gandalf, who had given up on sleeping. "The thing below, it never rests, never relents, never forgets its purpose. The Warden lets me feel it sometimes, not the full presence that would drive me mad, but just the edge. It's like standing at the shore with the tide coming in. You know intellectually that the water is just water, that tide is just gravitational mechanics, but when you're actually standing there, when you feel the weight of all that water pushing towards you with absolute certainty, intellect doesn't help. That's why the seals were necessary," Gandalf said. "Not because the unmaking is evil. It's not. It's simply incompatible with existence as we understand it, like trying to store fire in a box made of kindling or keep water in a container with no bottom. Some forces can't be contained, so they must be isolated, kept separate from the world they would unravel. And now Aragorn is bound to maintaining that isolation. Yes. Stella turned to look at the ranger, who stood at the bridge's far end, staring north toward where the cult had retreated. Even in the darkness, his silhouette was tense, watchful, as if he could track Hadrian and the survivors by will alone. "He's never going to forgive you," Stella said quietly. "Not really. He'll work with you, fight beside you, even call you friend. But some part of him will always resent that you put him in position where accepting this burden was the only moral choice." "I know," Gandalf said, "and he's right to. I manipulated the situation, not deliberately, not with full awareness of what I was doing, but effectively nonetheless. I saw pieces falling into place, and I didn't warn him, didn't give him chance to refuse before circumstances made refusal impossible." "Would you do it again, if you could go back, knowing what you know now?" Gandalf was quiet for a long time before answering. "Yes, because the alternative was the seal breaking, the unmaking released, causality itself becoming uncertain, one man's freedom against existence's coherence. That's not really a choice, no matter how much I wish it were. That's cold comfort. It's meant to be. Comfort is for after, not during. Right now we deal with consequences, not justifications." Dawn came slowly, creeping gray light gradually distinguishing the bridge's stones from the surrounding darkness. With it came a strange clarity, the oppressive weight of the previous day's confrontation lifting, replaced by exhausted relief and the practical question of what came next. They gathered at the bridge's center as the sun cleared the eastern horizon, 4 travelers and 1 bound guardian, assessing their situation. "The cult is scattered but not destroyed," Aragorn said, his voice carefully neutral, professional ranger making tactical assessment rather than bitter man nursing grievances. "Hadrian escaped with perhaps half his force. They've lost equipment, lost their puppet king, lost the element of surprise. But they still have knowledge, still have resources, and now they have desperation. Desperate enemies are dangerous." "True," Gandalf agreed, "but they also know they're exposed. The Warden is active now, can warn of their movements, and word will spread, we'll make sure of it, about what happened here. Other potential recruits will see that the cult's promises are hollow, that their supposed authority is fraudulent." "The cult has other seal sites," Stella Warden said, silver eyes distant. "The Warden can sense them, can feel the network of bindings that holds the old world's dangerous legacy at bay. At least 7 remain unbroken, possibly more that even the Warden doesn't fully map. The cult will try again at another site, with different tactics, different claims to authority. Then we'll be there to stop them," Gandalf said firmly. "Will we?" Aragorn's voice was sharp. "I'm bound now, tied to this seal. How far can I go from here before the binding pulls me back? How do we stop the cult at other sites if I can't leave this one?" Stella Warden considered, clearly consulting with the presence within her. "The binding isn't physical tether. You can travel freely, live your life, but you'll always feel it. When the seal is threatened, you'll know. When it needs defense, you'll be called, and eventually, if you ignore that call long enough, it will pull you back whether you wish it or not." "So it's a leash," Aragorn said bitterly. "A long leash, but a leash nonetheless." "It's a responsibility," Gandalf corrected. "One you accepted to prevent catastrophe. That doesn't make it fair, doesn't make it easy, doesn't erase the cost. But it makes it necessary." Aragorn turned away, hands gripping the bridge's railing hard enough that his knuckles whitened. When he spoke again, his voice was controlled, flat. "We should move. The cult may be scattered, but they're not gone. We need to warn others, coordinate with anyone who can help counter their operations. The token Hadrian gave us, before we knew he was compromised, do we still have it? Gandalf produced the carved wooden disc. Yes, though using it now feels problematic, given that he's the one who provided it. But the symbol is real, Stella said. The Warden recognizes it, a scholar's mark, a sign of the old academic networks that studied the seals. Hadrian was using genuine credentials, genuine connections. The people who would recognize that token aren't all compromised. Some of them might actually be allies, or they might be more cult members we don't recognize yet, Aragorn pointed out. Risk we have to take, Gandalf decided. We need allies, need resources. We can't fight this battle alone. We've proven that. The cult has numbers, coordination, funding. We need to match that or at least counter it. They packed their meager supplies, preparing to depart. As they did, Alfharin suddenly barked, sharp, urgent, and stood rigid, staring at the water below the bridge. Gandalf moved to the railing and looked down. The gorge was still deep, still dark, but something was different. The mist that usually filled it had cleared slightly, and in that clearing he could see reflections? No, not reflections. Memories. The gorge was showing him the past. He saw the bridge as it had been when first constructed. New stone, bright and clean, with crowds gathered to witness the completion. He saw the ancient king who had created the seal, standing where Aragorn had stood last night, speaking words that rippled through time to reach the present. He saw wars fought on this bridge, lovers meeting at its center, scholars studying its structure, generations of humanity passing across its span while the thing below remained bound and patient. And he saw further, saw a future, possible if not certain, where the bridge still stood but was empty, where the seal had failed and the unmaking had been released, where reality itself had become uncertain and the present was constantly rewriting itself into something that had never quite been. That was the alternative. That was what they'd prevented. "The bridge is showing you," Stella Warden said, standing beside him. "It wants you to understand, wants you to carry that understanding forward, to remember why this matters even when the cost seems too high." "I understand," Gandalf said quietly, "but understanding doesn't make it easier. No, it never does." They turned away from the gorge, from the visions of past and possible future, and began walking south, back toward the valley, toward civilization, toward whatever came next. As they walked, Stella suddenly stopped, her hand going to her temple. "The Warden is withdrawing. Not completely. We're still connected, but it's pulling back, giving me more autonomy. It says the immediate crisis is over, that it doesn't need to be so present anymore." "How do you feel about that?" Gandalf asked. "Relieved, and strangely disappointed. It's been not comfortable exactly, but meaningful. Having that presence, that knowledge, that certainty. Without it, I'm just—" She gestured vaguely. "Just me again. Ordinary. Limited." "You were never ordinary," Aragorn said, surprising them all by speaking. "You left the cult when it would have been easier to stay. You helped us despite knowing you'd be hunted for it. You accepted partnership with an ancient magical entity to increase our chances of success. None of that is ordinary, Stella. Don't diminish yourself by thinking it is." She looked at him, startled by the defense from someone who had his own fresh wounds to nurse. "Thank you. We're all carrying costs now," Aragorn continued, still walking, not looking back. "Mine is just more obvious than yours, but we carried them because they were necessary, not because we wanted to. That's what makes us better than the cult. We accept prices they try to avoid or force onto others." They walked in silence for a while after that, each processing in their own way. The sun climbed higher, burning off remaining mist, warming the air. By mid-morning they descended far enough that the bridge was no longer visible behind them, though Aragorn reported he could still feel it. A constant subtle awareness, like knowing which direction was north without needing to see the sun. They reached a small village by early afternoon, barely more than a cluster of buildings around a well. But it had an inn where they could rest properly, eat real food, assess their situation with clearer heads. The innkeeper was wary of travel-worn strangers, but relaxed slightly when Gandalf paid in advance with good coin. They took a private room, small but clean, and finally allowed themselves to truly rest. Alfharin collapsed immediately onto the floor, exhausted from days of stress and travel. Aragorn sat by the window, staring out at nothing in particular. Stella carefully removed her boots, examining the blisters the last few days had raised, while Gandalf organized their remaining supplies. "So," Gandalf said eventually, breaking the heavy silence, "we succeeded. The seal holds, the cult is scattered, the immediate crisis is resolved. We should feel victorious. Why don't we?" "Because victory has costs," Aragorn said without turning from the window, "and we're all paying them." "The Warden told me something," Stella said quietly, before it withdrew. "It said that every major magical working, every seal and binding and protection requires sacrifice. Not blood sacrifice, though that works too, but sacrifice of possibility. Every time you bind something dangerous, you also bind yourself to maintaining that binding. Every seal creates a guardian, whether that guardian knows it or not. The ancient world was full of such sacrifices, such voluntary limitations. That's why it was stable, because people accepted costs to maintain protections. And our modern world, Gandalf prompted, tries to gain benefits without paying costs, wants the seals to hold without maintaining them, wants to be safe without being responsible. That's why the cult exists. They see abandoned bindings, neglected seals, and they think it's opportunity rather than understanding its abandonment of duty. That's the real battle," Gandalf said. "Not just stopping individual cult operations, but changing the broader understanding, making people realize that safety requires maintenance, that benefits have costs, that freedom exists because others accept limitations." "How do we do that?" Stella asked. "How do we change what people believe?" "One person at a time," Gandalf said. "One conversation, one demonstration, one example. We just provided one. The cult attempted to break a seal, and we stopped them. Word will spread. Some people will understand. Some won't. But enough might. And that's all we can hope for." Aragorn finally turned from the window. "And what about us? What do we do now?" "We rest," Gandalf said firmly. "For a few days at least. We recover, physically and otherwise. We send messages using Hadrian's token, carefully, being alert for compromised contacts, but trying nonetheless. We build the network we need to counter future operations. And then we investigate the next seal site, find it before the cult does, prepare defenses, establish guardians, make it harder for them to succeed next time. This is a long campaign, not a single battle. We've won one engagement. Many more will follow." "I can help with that," Stella said. "The Warden gave me maps, not physical ones, but knowledge of where the seals are, what they guard, how they're structured. I can guide us to them, help us understand what we're protecting." "That's useful," Gandalf acknowledged, "but also dangerous. If the cult learns you have that knowledge, they'll hunt you even more aggressively than before." "Let them," Stella said with unexpected steel. I've been running from them since I left. Maybe it's time I stopped running and started fighting back." Gandalf smiled slightly. "That's good. We'll need that spirit." They spent 3 days in the village, resting and recovering. Gandalf sent careful messages using the scholar's token, testing which contacts were genuine and which might be compromised. Some responses came back quickly, offering support and resources. Others came back with polite refusal or ominous silence. But slowly, carefully, a network began to form. Not large, perhaps a dozen reliable contacts scattered across several regions, but real, people who understood what was at stake, who were willing to help without being fully drawn into the conflict. On the 4th morning, they prepared to depart. Their destination was a library monastery 3 weeks' travel west, where one of the responding contacts had offered to provide information about seal sites and historical records of the binding process. As they left the inn, Stella suddenly paused, looking back toward the north, toward where the bridge stood invisible in the distance. "The Warden is saying goodbye," she said softly. "The connection is fading. Soon it will be gone entirely, except for emergencies." "How do you feel about that?" Gandalf asked. "Sad, grateful, relieved, all at once." She touched her temple where the silver glow in her eyes had finally faded to nothing, leaving her looking wholly human again. "I'll miss the certainty, but I won't miss the constant presence. Does that make sense?" "Perfect sense," Gandalf assured her. They walked west, into the morning sun, 4 travelers and 1 bound guardian, carrying knowledge and scars and determination forward into whatever came next. Behind them, in the distant gorge, beneath an ancient bridge, the unmaking pressed patiently against the seal that held it, unaware that guardians had been renewed, that protection had been reaffirmed, that the bindings would hold at least a while longer. Time was a river, carrying all things forward. But some things, some important, necessary things, remained anchored despite the current. The seals held, the world remained coherent, and 4 travelers walked on, bearing the weight of that coherence, accepting the costs that others refused. That was enough. For now, it was enough.